Alô? Som. Bom dia. You turn it on again? Okay. Deixa eu falar com o embaixador. It's on. Okay. Bom dia.
Good morning.
Por favor.
Please take your seats. We will start. We will start our event.
Por gentileza.
So please be so kind and get seated.
Boa tarde. Bom dia. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, please. If you could take seat, please. Thank you. Bom dia. Please, we have two languages, Portuguese and English. Those who need translation, please, there's a headset available at the entrance. Os que precisarem, por favor, do aparelho de tradução, ali na porta de entrada, alguns disponíveis. Nós teremos duas línguas, inglês e português. Bom dia.
Good morning to everybody present here. Welcome to the Brazilian Embassy here in Berlin. So we will start our seminar, Diversifying Key Value Chains towards a low-carbon economy and opportunities for Brazil-Germany partnerships. So we have quite an extensive program, and this morning and this afternoon we will have... we also have the programs here at the entrance. So without further ado, I would like to invite the Ambassador Roberto Jaguaribe here to the podium in order to hold his speech. Good morning to everybody. Welcome to everybody. I wanted to thank you for coming here, and especially to those who have come from Brazil and who have come from other places. I would like to thank you for your presence, Rodrigo Hollenberg, the Secretary for Decarbonization and Bioindustry and Green Economy at the Ministry of Development, Industry, Trade and Services. And I would like to thank the Director of Technology and Innovation for CNI, and I would like to thank the presence of representatives of different ministries and from BDI and CNI and also the DIHK, and also from the private sector, and also the consultancies present here, and also Brazilians who are here, Brazilians who are active here in our country. So unfortunately, for reasons of force majeure, Finance Minister Fernando Haddad had to cancel his visit to Germany at the last minute due to a meeting that he had. So it was impossible for him to be here. But we are very well represented here by Secretary Rodrigo Rollenbaum, whose presence honors us so greatly. This, we are, or the world is facing a lot of challenges, and some of them are very complex. They're due to the polarization and for also some other conflicts going on in the world that have unfolded also in Europe and also in the Middle East. And they seem to be aggravating also in other places. And we have other challenges such as climate change. And we can see this in Berlin also because of the average temperature in February normally was around 0 degrees. Now it's 6. So it shows us how important it is to face the challenges we have. And then this is very important also to make sure that we save the planet by energy transition. And many countries are facing this challenge, and everybody is trying to do something. But in reality, the rhythm that we are following at the moment will not help us. So I represent a country in the sense that we have high sustainability levels. So it's a country which has 93% of renewable energy in its energy matrix. So we have a high level of sustainability in our energy matrix, and this gives us the possibility, as opposed to the image that sometimes is transmitted, that we can give and contribute a great deal to the energy transition. So the facility of producing renewable energies is very evident, and we have hundreds of megawatts available, and of course we need a lot of investment in this in regions, especially in the Northeast. And this is characterizing a process that will go on for many years. And we have a system where the electric system has different and decentralized approaches. In the last few years, we had a lot of auctions, and most of these auctions were around wind energy, and now it's about solar energy. And all of this creating a productive basis that is significant, that makes sure that Brazil is able to implement the projects that it wants to implement. So we don't depend just on one source, but we have 24% from one source and then from other sources, and And this shows us how sustainable we are. Sustainability obviously varies in different ecosystems. And Europe has its models and challenges, and not everything can be exported to other countries. Now that we have so much demand, we need to make sure that all different sources are explored and that we don't limit ourselves. So that is a very favorable situation in Brazil. The relationship between the two countries is very old and long-standing, and we have a lot of immigration from Germany to Brazil, and a lot of enriching spirits have come to our country in the cultural sphere, in sports and beauty, and even in politics, where some presidents actually had some German descendants. But it's about the people, primarily, who have visions and who created partnerships and have made sure that Brazil can actually benefit from different influences to expand its opportunities together with German partners in order to make sure that Brazil can not only produce energy, but that it can also create value along the value chain. So this is a very good moment. So last year, the Vice Chancellor and the Chancellor and our President got together, and in March there was at the same time in Brazil 6 delegations from the Bundestag. So we can see there's a lot going on between the two countries, and last year President Lula came here, and there were high-level talks, and 12 ministers and Brazilian ministers and 9 ministers from Germany were involved. And so this is an indicator that this is a very good path that we can follow, but that needs to materialize. So I think this event during this Transition Energy Week is very, very important in order to identify the opportunities that can materialize, but nothing will happen without continuous work on behalf of the different actors. So I'd like to thank everybody who contributed to this event. I would like to thank Dana, BMWK, a very important cooperator, and then also the Chamber of Commerce and everybody who helped us to organize this event. But I would like to also thank the energy sector here at the Brazilian Embassy, who helped us to realize this event. Thank you very much, and let's have a good conference here. Thank you, Ambassador. I would like to invite Secretary Rodrigo Rollenberg, Secretary for the Green Economy, Decarbonization, Bioindustry at the Ministry of the Development Industry, Trade and Services. Good morning to everybody. It's a pleasure to be in Berlin with you. I would like to greet Roberto Jaguaribe, the ambassador, and all the representatives of the German government and of the Brazilian government. I would like to greet all Brazilian entrepreneurs and the German ones as well. I would like to thank GIZ for its support in realizing this event. So I would like to greet you from Lula da Silva, and also President, and also from the Vice Minister Alckmin, who are very happy about the intensifying relationships between the two countries. So this is a very difficult moment of climate change at the international level, and Brazil can be a very important partner for decarbonization on the planet. We are the country with the highest biodiversity in the world. We have a lot of biomass available, and we have an energy matrix that is clean, especially electric production, and we have a lot of water, and we have democracy. So we would like to cooperate with all countries. In the Amazon, we have the Center of Bionegócios da Amazônia, which has the objective of making business on the basis of the biodiversity, which has a capacity to do research and development, and a center that is located in Manaus and which will invest a great deal into research and development. We would like to thank Germany for all its contributions in the past to the Amazon Fund. So we have been reducing significantly deforestation in the Amazon. So we will reach our objective of zero deforestation by 2030, and in January the reduction of deforestation in Amazon was already at 60%. And Brazil is a country that has a broad variety of strategic minerals. We have copper, we have lithium, we have rare earths, and all fundamental elements for energy transition. Brazil, within a short period of time, can transform into one of the greatest producers for sustainable aviation fuels, and we can do this through different routes, through ethanol, ethanol of the second generation, vegetable oils and greases, and also animal residues. And we will recover a lot of land, and we have a great potential also in the context of biomethane. So 5% of our capacity of production of biomethane is held by us. So we have also done a lot in terms of regulating sustainable fuels. So it has already been approved by the two chambers. Also, the regulation of the carbon market, and also the regulation of offshore wind turbines. And we are initiating projects for offshore wind energy, and also other regulations are being passed. So we also approved the regulation of other renewable energy sources, and this week we also approved the future fuel, which also includes CCS, which is defining objectives or in terms of emissions, and also SAF, sustainable aviation fuel, and biodiesel. And so we can reduce fossil diesel and also gas up to 25% within a very short period of time. Brazil is the adequate place for countries that need to accelerate their processes of decarbonization with low cost. At a low cost, we have cheap energy, clean energy, and secure energy, and we have energy in abundance. But we don't want to just be a commodity exporter. Brazil wants to cooperate with the Germans who have a lot of experience in industry and who also contributed to industrialization in our country, and Germany has also been very active in the energy sector. and they will also be able to contribute it to production, or sustainable production of steel and other commodities. We know that the impacts of global changes affect all countries in the world, but to different degrees, and especially those or the developing countries. So it's very important that this cooperation should be a real cooperation, so that everybody. So this is a win-win situation, and we are sure that. Because of our 200 years of friendship, we want to have Germany as a partner, as a fundamental partner. And we have been advancing a lot in macroeconomics terms, and also we had a tax reform, and this will facilitate investments. We have reduced taxes when it comes to investments, and we have been facilitating and making processes much easier for investors. And we have an ecological transition plan which puts ecology at the center of attention. And recently, Lula launched an incentive plan for industrialization. Bioeconomy is at the center of this decarbonization and also energy transition and security. And we want to cooperate with Germany to produce sustainable fertilizers. So Brazil is one of the biggest producers of fertilizers, but exports a great deal. So we need a partnership, especially when it comes to sustainable production. So we are the greatest consumer of bio inputs. So we have a great opportunity to partner with Germany. So we have a lot of inputs that we produce, and we are one of the greatest producers of food and bio inputs. So we have a lot of business opportunities and opportunities for decarbonization of our agriculture. So I would like to thank you for this opportunity to be here with Brazilian and Germany entrepreneurs. And I would like to say that, or I hope that many partnerships will be set up this year, which will be a win situation for both sides. So viva Brazil, viva Germany, and viva the energy of our people and renewable energies. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Let's continue with our program. I would like to invite Mr. Andreas Mayer from Latin America Verein, who will moderate the dialogue that we're going to have right now in the seminar. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our first panel on the topic of sustainable investments and climate finance opportunities between Brazil and Germany. My name is Andreas Mayer. I've been working in the financial industry for about 30 years. And today I'm here in my capacity as a member of the board of the Latin America Verein, or the Latin American Business Association, who have asked me to take charge of the first panel. Before we start our discussions today, we'd like to extend our deep gratitude to the Brazilian government, to the embassy in Berlin, to you, Ambassador Jaguaribe, and to your great staff for having set the stage of what I will find an enlightening and productive dialogue in the interest of our countries. So thank you, muito obrigado. Ladies and gentlemen, our discussions today, just ahead of the 10th edition of the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue, is part of an ongoing journey on transforming the landscape of global energy generation and thus to fight climate change. Especially the new global challenges that have emerged in recent years, they make these dialogues so important because we know change is not only good and important for us and our companies, but as we all know, it's crucial for the well-being of future generations. So let us therefore start the discussion, and allow me to first introduce the first panelist. Sound check is good? Perfect. So, Mrs. Haverkamp, I'm very pleased to welcome you. Let me quickly give a brief introduction. So here we have Mrs. Haverkamp, the esteemed Managing Director of the German Energy Agency, or DENA. Since 2015, her leadership has been pivotal in steering Germany towards a sustainable future. Her expertise, rooted in legal studies from Germany and US, have been essential in shaping the environmental policy and sustainable transportation on an international scale. Her contributions to Germany's economic and environmental strategy have had a notable impact within the European Union. At DENA, she's focusing on finance, administration, and fostering international partnerships, particularly for sustainable transport. Mrs. Haverkamp's work with key European energy organizations underline her dedication to advancing sustainable practices, and we are, of course, very grateful for having you here today. So, Ms. Haverkamp, from your point of view and given your work at DENA, could you elaborate on the role of energy transition in the decarbonization of the industry, particularly in the context of Germany's policies and initiatives? And maybe additionally, you may share some light as to how you see the cooperation going on in COP30, G20, and the Climate Club.
Well, first of all, thanks a lot, Andreas, for this really very, very flattering introduction. And when talking about the energy transition, of course, energy transition is all about reducing the GH. I'm afraid this might make funny noises. I try. The energy transition is all about reducing greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere and thereby preventing our planet from overheating. Energy transition means, in particular, two things. We absolutely need to switch from fossil fuels, from coal, from gas, from oil, to renewable fuels, energy carriers. Some of us are blessed with hydropower to a large extent. That's a very happy situation. Others need, such as Germany, need very much to rely on sun, of which we also don't have as much as Brazil, on wind, geothermal, also, of course, biomass and all its derivatives. And the second pillar of energy transition is energy efficiency. Now, how does that matter for decarbonizing the industry? Industry basically, well, of course, there are buildings which can become more energy efficient, which can be heated through heat pumps, but basically the large challenges, in particular in the hard-to-abate sectors, are process heat, high temperatures, and process emissions, and input materials that are traditionally carbonized. So what you need is hydrogen. Hydrogen, hydrogen, and hydrogen, plus its derivatives. You need it for heating up to like 200, 250 degrees Celsius. You can heat through directly electrifying, but in many industrial processes, you need much higher temperatures, and this you can only achieve through hydrogen. Then, of course, hydrogen is an extremely important input material for, in particular, the chemical industry. And hydrogen with its derivatives are also needed beyond the industry, but very much within it. And I think talking about international cooperation, I think Germany and Brazil have a very close and increasingly close cooperation, and I'm very grateful to the ambassador for having pointed out this fact. We have an energy partnership. We now have a deepened transition partnership. We will also be cooperating in the framework of G20 and of COP30. I'm looking forward to coming to Brazil very much. And we have a huge potential in collaborating in the area of green hydrogen because the conditions in Brazil are perfect and the need in Germany is huge. We have just granted 2 billion euro to ThyssenKrupp for decarbonizing the steel production. The productions will be set up in the next couple of years, but what we now need is green hydrogen. That's basically it.
Am I on again? Yeah. So, as the keyword is hydrogen, Mr. Sascha, you're obviously in the next in line. So let me please introduce Mario Sascha. He's the Chief Technology Officer at HTech, which is part of the MAN Energy Solution Group. And he's not only representing today the Federation of German Industries, BDI, through its initiatives, the Latin American and German Business Association on the panel, but he's also volunteered to step in, replacing Gula Kilian from Volkswagen, who cannot make it today, but who sends you his best regards. So with the extensive experience that Mr. Sascha hosts in the renewable sector, I guess we are eager to learn more about HTech systems and what are you doing in the area of clean hydrogen and other technologies. And if you may elaborate a little bit on the journey your company has taken over all these years of research and development, how did you manage the financing?
Yeah, thank you very much. And first of all, thanks for the invitation and the opportunity to share what we at HTech Systems have been doing throughout the last 27 years in developing green hydrogen technology, namely PEM electrolyzer systems. We at HTech Systems, we have embarked on this journey 27 years ago, developing this technology because we believe, as you, Ms. Haverkamp, also said, we need green hydrogen for the energy transition to happen. And especially in the last 2 and 3 years, we have massively scaled our company, our operations, our supply chain, our production facilities in order to reach a market position and to reach volumes together with our competitors that allow us to massively decrease the costs, because this is necessary in the end to make this technology as a basis for all its derivatives successful. And we have set up a very ambitious vision for our company. We, in the end, with our products, want to abate 1% of man-made greenhouse gas emissions, which is a humongous number. And one could, of course, ask, how can we, as a relatively small company with around 600 employees, dare to come up with such a vision? And we think that we have all it takes. We have 3 strategic advantages. First, we are a relatively small and agile and fast-growing company. Second, we belong to MAN Energy Solutions, a company with around 14,000 employees and a very extensive and very strong decarbonization strategy and a broad portfolio of brickstones for decarbonization solutions, and hydrogen is one of them. And MAN Energy Solutions gives us access to a large project building competency and the competency to execute those projects on a large industrial scale. MAN has a very broad industrial customer base around the globe with which we have access to with our relationship. And MAN has a vast service network around the globe which allows basically to serve the projects where the customers are. And thirdly, we are also, with belonging to MAN Energy Solutions, we also belong to Volkswagen, the world champion in industrialization on an automotive scale, in mass production, and thereby we have access to all the competencies and the toolkit you need to mass produce complex industrial goods such as electrolyzers in the fields of supply chain management, production scaling, and R&D. And so we have the toolkit it takes to realize our vision. And you mentioned the financing part of it. We are backed up by a 500 million euro financing by our mother company, MAN Energy Solutions, which gives us the freedom to scale, as I just mentioned, and this is a big cornerstone of it, of course.
Thank you. Talking about finance, then maybe it's a good opportunity to change to my left side of the panel, and I'd like to introduce Allegra Tucabri from the German development bank KfW, which is a key global player in fostering sustainable investments. With a mission that spans from building infrastructure to championing education and environmental protection, Allegra's role is central to managing portfolios that actively support Sustainable Development Goals 7 and 9, which is affordable, clean energy, and the 3 I's, which is industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Just some key points. In 2022, KfW facilitated a commitment of approximately 3 billion euros to modern energy systems and around 800 million euros towards projects that innovate and strengthen infrastructure, which positions your department that you're working in at a central of tackling global development challenges. So, given your role at KfW and the commitment of the bank in supporting sustainable development projects globally, how does the bank view its role in facilitating climate finance opportunities, particularly between Brazil and Germany?
Thank you very much for this introduction, and it's my pleasure to be here in this panel today. So first, it's important to mention that Brazil is one of the 8 global partners of German Development Cooperation due to its key role in climate action and the economic development potential. On behalf of the German federal government, KfW is therefore supporting Brazil in protecting tropical forests, supporting the climate-friendly power generation and use, as well as the development of sustainable urban development in cities. Brazil has enormous energy resources and has a great potential, as we have heard, for the further expansion of renewable energies due to the good climatic and geographical conditions. Germany is working together with Brazil to diversify its energy supply and increase the share of electricity generation from wind and solar power. And major progress has already been done, so expanding solar and wind energy. And Germany, as a technology leader in renewable energies, has been supporting this expansion in renewable energies by providing technical assistance, but also financial services for more than 10 years so far. And as part of the financial cooperation, the initial development phase, for example, from solar PV, has been supported by KfW in the form of demonstration facilities, for example, the World Cup Mineirão Stadium in Belo Horizonte, as well as further financing lines in solar and wind, together with the Brazilian Development Bank and our honored colleagues from BNDES. In addition to the sustainable energy generation, we believe that more efficient use of energy has a great potential for climate protection and therefore the reduction of greenhouse gases. So, for example, there's a further program that is supporting BNDES with a grant of 25 million euros to establish an innovative guarantee scheme for loans for small and medium-sized enterprises to finance energy efficiency measures in Brazil. And very topical on green hydrogen and PTX, KfW, on behalf of the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, is also supporting the development of the Power-to-X markets with 270 million euros in grant financing worldwide, with 7 selected countries, and Brazil is one of those countries supported. So, summarizing, I currently see important cooperation opportunities in the field of just energy transition, which is socially and economically just, and in particular, the promotion of financing lines for decentralized electricity of SMEs and marginalized groups, and the promotion of innovative projects for sector coupling is an important point. And last but not least, as we have heard, the market ramp-up of green hydrogen Power-to-X projects and the creation of local value chains within Brazil. Thank you.
Thank you, Allegra.
Muito obrigada. Obrigado, Allegra. Nós vamos mudar de um banco de desenvolvimento para outro e agora o Alexandre vai ter a oportunidade de falar. Então, ele é do Brasil, do BNDES e ele é ativo na área de transição energética com o seu background acadêmico da Universidade do Rio. Ele influenciou bastante estratégias em rumo à sustentabilidade. Agora, ele está apoiando o compromisso do BNDES em termos de sustentabilidade e agora, com o BNDES, com o papel de financiar programas de sustentabilidade, quais são as estratégias e como essas estratégias do banco estão influenciando essa área e como o banco está aumentando a sua influência para mudar a matriz elétrica energética. Muito obrigada pela apresentação e é um prazer falar sobre as nossas estratégias e o BNDES é a ferramenta principal para desenvolver o país. Nós apoiamos o desenvolvimento de várias tecnologias e nós somos o banco que providencia crédito para a mudança para energias renováveis. Nós temos linhas de crédito para biomassa solar e eólica e nós queremos apoiar novas tecnologias e modelos de negócios. Então, nós queremos acelerar o desenvolvimento das tecnologias, etanol, a primeira e segunda geração, e energia das hidrelétricas. Então, nós fomos o maior provedor de serviços financeiros e também trabalhamos na área eólica para também para facilitar a energia solar. Então, tudo isso, todas essas áreas, o que nós estamos tentando fazer é fazer um matchmaking entre os investidores e a outra parte no mercado de capital. E, historicamente, nós temos fontes de financiamento de longo prazo do governo e o que nós estamos tentando fazer agora é misturar esses recursos para contribuir para tecnologias inovadoras, cooperando com bancos comerciais e cooperando com os parceiros mundiais e outros parceiros para financiar essas novas tecnologias. Quer dizer, nós estamos misturando fazer uma fusão desses recursos juntamente com o mercado de capital global. Então, eu acho que isso é mais ou menos um resumo da nossa estratégia. Você falou um pouco sobre capital privado e público. Então, nós temos esses dois instrumentos. Nós podemos dar empréstimos a longo prazo e nós estamos estruturando como aplicar equity através de fundos de financiamento do lado do mercado de capital para envolver todas as fontes. Então, eu vou acrescentar algo falando sobre o papel dos bancos. Nós vamos falar um pouco mais sobre isso mais tarde. Nós agora vamos apresentar para o professor Jefferson Gomes. Ele é diretor da tecnologia e da inovação da CNI. Então, ele tem muita experiência durante décadas, incluindo a inovação de produtos e a gestão nessa área e ele é professor do, do Instituto da Aeronáutica. Então, ele está na liderança, na inovação.
To
E
enhancing
ele
Brazil's industrial competencies on a global scale. So, Professor Gomes, from yours and the CNI's perspective, what have been the key actions and strategies in Brazil to foster investments and financing in renewable energies? And how do you see the technological innovation playing a role enhancing Brazil-Germany collaboration in this area?
First of all, thank you so much for the opportunity being here. But that is a very complex question. No?
That's why it's to you.
No, because we are here exactly to talk about Brazil-Germany partnerships, about energy, clean energy. So then, as a very conventional engineer, trying to live in this very modern world, what I have to say is to back to basic. And then I have to understand a little bit more about the boundary conditions and also the volume of control. And then when we talk about boundary condition, just to foster our partnership, maybe we have to understand the amount.
que entender o volume de energia que nós estamos usando em todos os cantos do mundo. Falando sobre energia, nós estamos falando
Around 24,000 kilowatt hour per year for each human being. You in Germany, you consume around 60,000 kilowatt hour per year. In Brazil, 25. So when I did a huge amount of bullets here, and then in my data I have here that if you want to achieve the all 70 bullets for the sustainable development objectives, you have to provide in just 7 years 40% more food, 40% more water, 50% more energy in this world. And if we divide the amount of energy, just 10% is for electricity, 90%, about 40% for transformation. You are the country of transformation. And 50% for mobility. So then, sorry, but we don't have to say just about one type of energy. We have to say about clean energy. And then, in that case, innovation is a way, because in the last 30 years, maybe 25 years, we just talk about innovation to avoid or to minimize the vulnerability of individuals. And then, even after COVID, and even after these 70 objectives, we have to try to apply innovation for the collectivity. And then, in that case, we have to provide infrastructure, we have to provide people, actually intellectual capital. We have to have the intellectual capital statement, people in quantity, quality, and systematically. And also we have to provide new businesses and to understand very well, because we are talking about partnerships, to understand very well the regulations we have to have together and also the legislations. So innovation at that point is not so easy, because just to finalize, let's consider the amount of data we have right now in our cloud. So you cannot feel the energy of our cloud. You cannot feel. So, but right now, our data centers we have in this world, our data centers are consuming around 11 times the energy of Japan. And if we consider the use of artificial intelligence, and we are going to use even more, and also the new types of microprocessors. In 5 years, data from Siemens and data from IBM. In 5 years, we are going to consume 50 times the amount of energy Japan is right now consuming. So then, energy is a key point. Infrastructure, businesses, people, regulation, legislation, together to avoid such kind of problems. So that's it.
Much. So I can gladly now pass back to you, Secretary Rollenberg. But if you allow me, because I didn't catch that at the beginning, please let me allow you to also introduce you just for a minute. So for Secretary Rollenberg, he has an illustrious career, spending decades in public services. He has served at the forefront of Brazil's environmental and sustainable development initiatives. He's a former governor of the Federal District, a senator to the Republic, a deputy, and also a dedicated member of the Brazilian Socialist Parties, and his efforts have significantly contributed to advancing green policies and sustainable practices within Brazil. His role today focuses on bridging the gap between traditional industries and sustainable alternatives, striving for a decarbonized, bio-based economy. Your insights today, especially on sustainable investment and climate finance opportunities, promise to be invaluable. And I'd like you to maybe extend a little bit of what you mentioned in your keynote speech, but more at a global level. How do you envision the role that Brazil can and should play when it comes to global energy transition? That would be my first question. And the second one is on the regularization of the carbon market. There are critical voices as to the carbon market. I know you are more in favor of it because you don't believe it's actually a threat, but especially for Brazil, it could be a great opportunity. Can you take the word on these two questions?
Bom, primeiro, mais uma vez,
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to thank for this opportunity. So I'm absolutely sure that Brazil has a very important role to play in the food security, energy security, but also in climate security. So we produce a great deal of food, and it's very important that the world gets to know what we have been making in terms of advances in the area of sustainability. So we have direct planting and also increasing sustainability of agriculture. And we have a very great opportunity in energy transition. So I'm sure that we will be a big player in the sense of SAF production and recovering agricultural lands and producing and doing and implementing CCS. So we have a big CCS system already in place in the field of ethanol production. And it's very important also to understand that in biodiesel we've been making advances. We've been using different residues. And we have also increasing biodiesel, but also in terms of hydrogen. We have a great potential for the production of hydrogen through electrolysis, and we also have a lot of events, but we also have a great potential for low-carbon hydrogen through ethanol or biomethane. But let me say the following. It doesn't seem very sustainable that we produce hydrogen that is then has to be transported to other places, and that it is used here as energy source. So it seems a lot more reasonable that we use hydrogen in Brazil for the production of, for example, green steel, that is exported for production for low carbon production here. So it seems a lot more sustainable. So it doesn't make sense for us to export ethanol in order to produce SAF in other places of the world. It seems a lot more sustainable that we produce SAF in our country. Why am I saying this? Because the challenges in terms of climate change are global challenges, so we need to be honest and to make sure that everybody can play their role. So we have been making advances with the carbon market regulation, so it's very important for us to guarantee integrity of carbon credits. We have a lot of potential in the carbon market, so we have the cap and trade model in place, so the companies are following this scheme, and part of this regulation pots can be compensated by the voluntary market. And we are also agreeing more and more that the productive sector and the National Congress and the government see it as their agenda in energy transition, that it is basically an agenda to unify the country. So, and I think in all countries, we should have this unifying agenda. I will give you two examples. So we had the regulation of offshore wind energy, which was a project that was presented by a senator from PT, who's now the president of Petrobras. And then it was reported by Carlos Puchin, who is part of Bolsonaro's party. So in the Senate, it was approved, and also in the other chamber. And then also the project, or the law on carbon market, was also presented by Mr. Altman, and it was processed by the different ministries, and it was approved by the different instances, and also including the Senate. So it's an agenda that is unifying Brazil, and it will give us more security and safety for the investors, especially for those who need to accelerate their decarbonization processes. So there's legal certainty, and there's a lot of cheap, sustainable energy. So the subsidies in some countries to guarantee renewable energy extension, countries which don't have the same conditions as we have, they are creating inflation and creating resistances of the countries, of the people of these countries. And Brazil is an opportunity that the companies in the world can accelerate their processes of decarbonization in a more efficient way, much quicker, and in a more sustainable and cheaper way.
Muito obrigado, senhor.
Thank you very much. I will now speak English again.
But let me state you one thing. I think what Brazil proudly can stand for is that your energy reform and the journey has been there not only for 5 years. It's been there for probably 2 decades, despite changing, call it political priorities. And it's something that Brazil and the country can really be proud of. Looking at you, Professor Jefferson, can you elaborate? What has been the underlying mechanism of the country, despite, let's say, political change priorities, of having been able to continue that journey over the last 20 years? Where did it start, and where will it end?
I was exactly trying to understand something like that. For example, we talk about food security or food, something like that. The way to supply food correctly, worldwide speaking. let's try to create a kind of project together, Brazil and Germany. I don't know, but we have learned a lot from your side about the concept of Industry 4.0 in the last 20 years, or 15 years, a lot. Siemens, Bosch, huge amount of German companies are applying the concepts inside our shop floors. So we learned, we have learned. We have sent abroad a huge amount of students to understand a little bit more in your universities here. And then after, I think, our history between Brazil and Germany, we have more than, maybe you have more than 1,050 or 2,000 German companies inside our country. That is very important to say. So if we export every day fruits to Europe, to Germany, we have to consider two aspects: the production, and then in order to provide better production conditions, we have to have the concept of Industry 4.0 inside our agriculture systems. Agriculture 4.0. When you talk about agriculture 4.0 for fruits, we have to monitor in real time the temperature, the humidity, and also if we are invading, for example, forests, and if we are having, for example, for some work conditions not so good. If I'm allowed to say something like that. But then we have to, how can we monitor and control such kind of challenge? Having, for example, agriculture 4.0 system, using, for example, nanosatellites. The aerospace industry in Brazil has to be a little bit more optimized. And maybe together with you, we can do something like that. But even considering we can produce, how can we export? I don't know if you know, but every night from Petrolina, we sent a huge amount of airplanes with fruits, fresh fruits, to Europe every night, using normal fuel. Could we do something together in order to apply renewable fuel, SAF, for example? And for big fruits, for example, like melon or melancia, I don't know how can I say melancia in German. Buttermelon. Actually, we export using ships. Could we together do the production of synthetic fuel, e-methanol, for our ships? If you say yes, we are talking about $40 billion in this value chain. How can you do exactly the cooperation between the two markets or two countries, two places, two continents, Mercosur and Europe? So that could be a mission-oriented program. Let's export fruits or let's export food to Europe, but in a green way. Just wondering about.
Thought, but and I'm sure we're going to touch on innovation a little bit further down the road. I want to turn the page a bit on a big elephant in the room. We need to transform the infrastructure. We need more change, and we need it now. And we have dedication, we have expert, and we have people who are willing to do it. What we are lacking, to a certain degree, is money. We have representatives from development banks, and they follow, of course, a policy-backed ambition and initiative, but the private households will not have that deep pocket. And I think in Europe we all understand that geopolitical priorities may have changed. I think for Germany, our federal budget will look more colorful going forward. So I want to play a critical role on commercial banks where you try to touch base. And I want to start reading from a study that recently was done in Europe across 100 systematic banks. And the study has revealed that banks that talk more about the environmental policies and climate goals and publish sustainability reports, that this does not align at all with the lending praxis. They actually lend more to brown industries than to green industries. And that is with banks, right? You have investment cases, you have cash flow and substance-based financing models, and we get that they have a different ambition and goal and business objective than, for instance, development banks. We can also talk about investment funds and venture capital, but we need to understand most of these banks have been, or many of them have been bailed out. Not long ago, 15 years, bailed out in the financial crisis. So shouldn't we now as taxpayers not expect that these banks follow up with their words and all that, in all their sustainability reports? Any views on your colleagues? We are behind closed doors, so no worries.
Sorry. This question could fulfill the whole panel, because we have many angles to approach this. Well, first of all, I have to bring a little bit of the Brazilian perspective. So the Brazilian commercial banks are very solid, We didn't have the crisis that America had and some banks in Europe had. And I believe the key challenge is how to value things. We are talking about a market that has regular credit lines, but we have to put a value in green loans, social loans, sustainable loans. So this aspect is one tool that BNDES tried to apply and is applying at the Brazilian capital market. So I'm not talking about only credit lines. I'm talking about the whole capital market. In Brazil, we have a good history of issuing sustainable bonds. We have a Brazilian law that recognizes with a lower tax the bonds that are sustainable, that is linked to wind or solar or today energy efficiency, and the recovery of forests, for instance. So this kind of mechanism, I believe, would make the capital allocation more efficient when we consider the climate goals of each country. So I believe the key point is to make a good regulation for the sector, for the power sector, but also for the commercial banks and the capital market in order to redistribute this allocation of capital to achieve our main agenda. At BNDES, we have a history of reducing the interest rate that we apply to the sustainable bonds. We were the first bank to do this, And today we are discussing with our clients the KPIs of the green loans and social loans in order to promote this and value more those investments that would expand the grid with sustainable technology, but not only for the power sector, for the industry, for equipments that are more efficient. So I believe that this is the key aspect. The regulation behind it and the credit policy behind the commercial banks and the development banks. Okay.
Thank you. If I may add, I also believe that we really need the private sector. It's not enough to have us as development banks, but we need, obviously, as mentioned by Alexandre también, is the regulatory framework so that private sector can step in. And what is needed that the private sector can step in is that we have bankable projects, so well-developed projects. We need equity at the beginning. This is really also a very important part. And from our perspective, from KfW Development Bank, we see our role in the initial market phase where projects are still not bankable and where we can step in. So, for example, the PTX Development Fund is currently tackling this point, is providing grant financing for initial phases of green hydrogen projects to fill this bankability gap. That's the intention, to later on enable commercial banks to finance. But what they need, obviously, they need also well-prepared projects in terms of environmental and social standards. This is obviously a very important topic, and we know that the Brazilian authorities on state level, national level, are well aware of this complex topic and are steadily adapting their regulations to safeguard those issues. And yes, summing up, we need the private sector more than ever to support renewable projects and new markets. And yeah, the question is how to channel this, and we see our role in this first initial push to help projects, and then to let the private sector step in. Maybe one further comment on the energy sector. As we have seen in Germany, we had the feed-in tariffs that were at the beginning promoting renewable energies, guaranteeing a remuneration for 20-25 years. This was enabling renewable energies to grow here. And then further on, we had to step into the auction system, which was already well established in Brazil since 2004 as a very reference mechanism to achieve the lowest cost of energy bidded. So I think it's in this framework that we have to see, first we need the government regulatory framework, initial financial push, and then the private sector to step in.
So I hear, instead of subsidies, you voice more for grants and equity-based, particularly at early stage financing. Ms. Haverkamp, you mentioned in the past there is enough money. The question, where does it sit? Let's look at German life insurance companies and asset gatherers. Life insurance companies in Germany are estimated to have technical reserves in the amount of 1,000 billion, that's 1 trillion euros. Technical reserve in German life insurance, it's capital. So imagine if you apply a 3-4% market return every year, and you would just start to invest the normal conservative capital market return of this 1 trillion into renewable energy. So is there a regulation issue, or is it more a viewpoint from an investor, probably knowing that life insurances are not really risk-open investors generally?
Well, I think I can just underline what has been said to my left. There is sufficiently money, and I think there is an interest in investing in green projects, in particular in renewable energies all over the world. But what you need are bankable projects, and that requires a regulatory framework in the country where you invest, which will permit a long-term perspective, reliability. It requires things like grid access. You need to have that. Doesn't help to produce electricity if you can't sell it in the end. And I think even in Europe, for example, in Spain, we have been having issues with reliabilities in terms of long-term regulatory and financial frameworks for investment. So I guess there are a number of companies like Enertrac, for example, which have been gathering experience in foreign investments and which do a good job, but for many others, it might be a bit daring.
Well, this recently was BlackRock, I think, who has invested 200 million in a Frankfurt-based German company, which is a statement, 200 million from an American company, interestingly investing in green energy in Europe. Maybe before I go to the innovation again, to you a question, Secretary Rollenberg. How can the legal and regulatory framework be adapted to make private sector investment in renewable energy more attractive? And we heard about hesitations. It depends which type of investor you're talking about. But how could regulation support that? Any views?
I think the crux of the matter is that both should have a very well-crafted regulation and also within the capacities of each country. As we're advancing this agenda in Brazil, like we said, the carbon market adopts the European market of cap and trade. Our expectation is that we have this market regulated still in the beginning of this year and by the second quarter. And then we have the regulation of the managing body to be able to enforce the carbon market. The regulation of offshore wind farms, that is a very high expectation because a lot of the projects which are associated to the hydrogen production, especially in the northeast of Brazil, are coupled to the production of energy also through offshore wind farms. The oil companies, and Petrobras is in the room, they are also interested in decarbonizing their productive processes with high production through offshore wind farms. In the case of hydrogen, what we have been approving is lending the hydrogen production, especially when purchasing equipment and equity, the same instruments of tax exemption in import of equipment which the oil industry has. So it's very important when we talk about this opportunity of promoting the industrialization based on hydrogen. What doesn't make sense is for Brazil to create subsidies for producing hydrogen to export the subsidies. I mean, a country that has tax difficulties which Europe doesn't have, it's not fair that we should create subsidies to export subsidies. As I said, it's fundamental that we have this cooperation in the sense that it should be a win-win situation. Europe should be able to, especially Germany, should be able to get a low-carbon product that will contribute to decarbonizing its productive processes, and at the same time, Brazil should add value to its productive chain. In the case of the SAF, the fuel of the future, we are defining a goal for reduction. It's a mandate for reduction of emissions, 1%, 27, then 28. After that, it's going to grow 1% a year until 10% of emissions. So I think it's important to say that we should articulate the production and consumption of SAF or green methanol for the export chains. And I see an opportunity of SAF in Brazil, a country which has 2 crops a year, and that they can produce through ethanol, second generation, also vegetable oil, animal waste, and other forms of biomass. And through the mandates already taken on by the aviation industry through CORSIA, in 2027, these companies will have to use more than 10 times the SAF that they use today. We're talking about 5 billion liters of SAF, and this volume increases annually because in aviation, the major alternative for reducing emissions will be sustainable aviation fuel. You don't need to change the engines. So I see this as a great alternative of investments for the whole world through this great Brazilian potential. In the case of biomethane, legislation is also enforcing the reduction of emissions in natural gas. So when you buy and you trade natural gas, you will have to buy annually a little more biomethane, and this opens a very large market of biomethane. You should see that the growing of ethanol in Brazil, which today is 27% added to gasoline, it could go up to 35%, and biodiesel, which today is at 14%, can go to 25%. This grew a lot as a result of the mandates defined by the law, allowing Brazil to be in this position, which is comfortable in terms of energy transition. That's why it's an additional guarantee for foreign investors that we have a legislation that is clear-cut and allows a certain tranquility in the long term for investments in Brazil.
And maybe now, coming to our final open question to the panel, I would like to talk a bit about innovation and re-innovation in a second. And now it's also a good opportunity for you guys to prepare, because we're going to pass the word to you in 5 minutes for opening questions from the audience. And then we asked before on that on stage representative of the GTA in a couple of minutes. But my last panel question to both of you. Both wind parks, offshore wind parks or wind parks onshore, and solar energy is part of our both countries' agenda. It's stated that it's important to further invest, and we need it because once established, the production is so cheap. And especially I think in wind parks, the average production cost, even in solar panel, has fallen constantly over the years. Now here comes the trick. 20 years ago, Mr. Sashi, you know, Germany was leading the solar panel industry. And for a variety of reasons, whether it's our own fault or whether the Chinese have been super smart, they now own 95% of the market. And yeah, we want to produce these type of technologies at home. There are tendencies for protectionism, but the question is, let's start with solar energy. Does it really help? Or should we reinvent? Should we buy or should we build? Any thoughts on that technology, and maybe talking about also opportunities for cooperation as it comes to wind parks? Anyone?
Well, regarding your question, buy or build, I'm strongly convinced that we should build because we have the strong industrial base, not only the OEMs for the bespoke equipment, but also the extensive supply chains that cannot be just transferred to another country as easily. And of course, we need to stay competitive. We need to stay ahead and innovate as we have done throughout the last 20 years in order to protect this industrial base then for Europe, for instance.
If we think about solar panels, it's not that we don't produce them still, but there's a big company in Germany who has indicated, look guys, if I bring my production into the United States under the Inflation Reduction Act, I get grant subsidies, I get 15 years tax credit. So that's probably one of our dilemma. We will have to a certain degree, unfortunately, continue providing these type of subsidies and incentive for the local industries to become and to stay competitive. Yeah. Is that right?
Correct. And also what we need to look into is how the footprints of our value chains need to look like. And if, for instance, if a large market like the Latin American market opens up and develops as we expect it to do, then we also need to look into how our supply chain footprint needs to evolve and then build up the capabilities where the markets are. In the field of balance of plant, for instance, where I'm firmly convinced that this needs to be built up where the large markets around the globe are being created.
Thanks. Jefferson, any final thoughts on that topic?
I was just wondering, actually in Brazil, our energy potential system is around 220 gigawatts, around something like that. I don't know how it is in Europe. Maybe 600, 700. When you look at the potential of solar energy in Northeast Brazil, we are talking about 27,000 gigawatts. Onshore, eolic onshore energy around 900 gigawatts, and offshore 1,200, something like that. Not so precise, but anyway, it's something like that. Yeah, we have to look at the solar industry for sure, because 27,000, very near to Europe. But then we have to divide the amount of cash flow. Maybe the cash flow should be blended, because we have to research a lot. New materials, the possibility to develop something different from the Chinese, because we cannot achieve the competitiveness of the Chinese right now. Then you have to change the chain. So then we have to apply different kinds of innovation progresses. For example, we are talking about scientific methodologies. We are in the beginning of the process. We all are in the beginning of the process to develop new kinds of solar systems. So then we need the engineers. We need engineers, the physicians, and so far. But if you have the possibility to develop a little bit more a little bit more oriented for the businesses, then we are talking about product development. We have here in this place Hydron. I don't know, Hydron you're going to present today afternoon. They started in Brazil developing electrolyzer systems, I think 20 years ago, supported by the São Paulo government and Brazilian government. And then after 20 years, they are a Brazilian-German company. They develop, worldwide speaking, electrolyzers. And right now, they can have subsidies or financing for different kinds of banks from Brazil and from Germany. Maybe we could do something using the same way we have right now, considering Hydron. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe that is innovation.
I think this is an excellent first closing remarks before we obviously give the audience chances to answer and to ask questions. But now I kindly ask on the stage Florida Regueira and her colleague Heiko Staubitz from GTA, Germany Trade and Invest, also an agency of the German Economic Ministry. Would you want to please take the stage for 4 or 5 minutes and explain what is GTA doing and how can this help in the context of collaboration?
Yes, it's a great honor for us to represent German Trade and Invest today here in front of this distinguished panel and distinguished audience. Thank you very much. And what a pleasure to hear such relevant insights and details regarding topics which we normally are reporting about. Because Germany Trade and Invest is Germany's economic development agency. We belong to the German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. We have different tasks. One of them is to support German companies exporting and expanding abroad. And we do this with different information about markets and sectors relevant for the German industry. And one of the sectors, of course, is decarbonization, hydrogen, and energy transition worldwide. So just take the opportunity to visit our website, www.gtai.de. Then we will discover different reports about the hydrogen sector in Brazil. One of them, in the end of the last year, for example, we report about Brazil's power shoring strategy. We also reported about the Brazil's tax reform. My colleague Júlio Pereira is here. He is responsible for legal framework in Latin America, and he reports also continuously about Brazil's reform. And my person and my colleague Heiko, we belong to the GTI Invest, so we are responsible for attracting foreign investments to Germany in the field of energy, green buildings, and environmental technologies. And my colleague Heiko, he's expert in hydrogen and energy. And he will tell you in very few minutes or seconds about Germany's hydrogen strategy and energy transition and what's going on and what are the opportunities between Brazil and Germany within this context. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Florida. Bon dia. And no, I think it's okay. So My name is Heiko Staubitz, and I work more than 16 years in the field with Germany Trade Invest. And so we support international companies in this field expanding on the German market. And as you know, our targets to be climate neutral in 2045 is the overall target. And to reach this target, we need to be more energy efficient. We need to have more renewables. We are on a good way. So we already have about 50% renewables in our electricity grid. We want to increase that up to 80% by 2030. And green hydrogen will play a real crucial role for that. And so our target is to have 10 gigawatt installed on electrolyzers by 2030. So we heard there are also some companies here from Brazil. So we work with companies worldwide. So I was in Japan, for example, 3 weeks ago. There are many companies in this field, but also in Brazil or in other countries which have good technologies, and we are looking for these companies to help them to start their business. We work very close with our partners. We have 16 federal states in Germany, and all of them, they have opportunities, and we work very close together with them. So we think, and we also work close with the German industry to help them to get in contact with them, and that would be great. Afterwards, to have a discussion with the companies from Brazil here, to give them information about the market, to stay in contact in the future, and to hear about technology, to hear and to support these companies, helping them go on the German market. So therefore we are here, and we are looking for this discussion later. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So as announced before, you are released to the deserved coffee break. It has been an intense session. We want to give you the opportunity to ask 1 or 2 or 3 questions. I guess we have micros around here. If not, we can, of course, provide them. Is that the first question? Or go ahead, please. Can you hear me well? I guess so, yes. We'll pass the mic. Yeah.
No, thank you all for the presentation, very interesting. My name is Diogo Rego. I'm with the Frankfurt School of Finance and Management. We have for about 2 years a deep dive in this topic of PTX, very interesting. And we found a very good opportunity in Brazil, especially monetizing the biogenic CO2 from the ethanol mills, which in a technical potential, it could cover 20% of the global demand for methanol, and consequently, the whole chemical industry and shipping industry, transportation industry, there is like a cross-cutting factor. And comparing to ammonia and the hydrogen itself, it has a better, let's say, easiness to transport it, because the transportation infrastructure is not so different from what we have nowadays. I would like to know the vision in Brazil and in Germany about this commodity and this market. Thank you.
So, someone is volunteering on the answer.
I think the best answer would be I think the best answer we are going to have in the next panel, because it's exactly about this.
Thought, yeah. See, you have to stay a little longer. All right. Do we have another question? Yes, please. Yeah, gentleman is coming.
Hi, I have a very pragmatic question. We heard about PTX Development Fund, but we now have the call for projects closed already. So there's not an opportunity right now for projects to be presented. So I want to ask, is there a second round coming? Is it really a project that is ongoing so that the companies here can prepare themselves? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for this question. It's correct. The first round for expression of interest closed the 1st of March. So the projects presented, they are now being evaluated and will proceed to a second stage process to present the projects in more detail. There might be further calls in the future. This will be always obviously being aligned with the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, who's the donor for this fund. But in general, the structure is established to allow for further rounds So also I encourage all of the interested parties in Brazil to stay alerted on the website of ptx-fund.com to see further information on future rounds of this instrument.
We would have room for one more question if we want to close on time. Anyone? Yeah, coming.
Good morning, everyone. We've been discussing during the panel about the necessity of Brazil not turn out to be exporter of hydrogen as commodity. Is there in place any policy or regulation to avoid this to happen?
Não, veja bem,
So Brazil has nothing against companies producing and exporting, but we would like to understand that it has to be a just framework. I mean, yes, of course, we can export hydrogen, but we want to also attract supply chains to Brazil, especially when it comes to electrolyzers, etc. We would like to give companies the opportunities to reduce their costs in production using cheap energy. That's the question. And we also need to take into account the big advantage in Brazil is that we have different technology routes that we can explore. So hydrogen produced in Brazil through bioethanol is emitting a lot less, and it would be cheaper than that energy based on electrolyzer. So this is a question that we need to evaluate along the entire supply chain or production chain, and we have a decarbonization project in the mobility industry. So we want to make sure that we get active here as well. But we are adopting two new principles that are very important to us. So it's from the well to the wheel. That's the process or the principle that we would like to follow in the car industry. So all the production process needs to be included. So we need to evaluate the chains along the entire chains. So in order to make sure to make Brazil more competitive. So we have different technology routes for hydrogen in the northeast through methanol and then also biomethane in the north of Brazil, and then also with residues, cocoa residues, acai residues. So we have so many different production routes that are possible. It's very varied. So I wanted to add. So obviously Brazil, we don't want to restrict exports in that sense, but the actual market will obviously depend on investments, and I think that the sustainability that depend on hydrogen and on exports, etc., will not be sustainable and also not economically competitive if certain conditions are not fulfilled. So we will have to take care of this. And also what is important to take care of is the millions of solar panels that are necessary, of course, yeah, the Chinese have 95% of the market at the moment, but we need panels, and so what is the contribution that these solar panels are making if they are produced on the basis of fossil fuels? So, I mean, this is something that we have to take into account, also when it comes to competitiveness, in terms of solar panels, but also in the industry overall. So all of these things need to be considered along the entire production chain. So for productions in countries that don't have 80% of renewable energy in their energy matrix, all of this has to be considered. And in Brazil, we have a very competitive situation when it comes to this context.
Ambassador. And having said that, I think my last duty is to thank all panelists, especially those of you who have come from far. I think it was a very intense but hopefully enriching session. Thank you so much. Give a big hand of applause and then up for the coffee.
Obrigado, agradecer também.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank Andreas Meyer, our moderator, and all the institutions who were represented here. We will have a break of 15 minutes, and then we will come back and talk about green steel in the next panel.
Vou chamar já porque... Né? Alô? Hello? Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, senhoras e senhores, por favor, sua atenção. Difícil tirar, não? Pois, né?
Ladies and gentlemen, please your attention. Please take your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please return to your seats for us to resume our seminar. Now with the next panel on green steel. Please. Thank you, Zach. Primeiro você quer ser chamada sozinha e você apresenta daqui, né? Ok, ótimo, ótimo. Yeah. Yeah. Você tá, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen. Cadê a Ana? Ana, você pode ajudar a trazer as pessoas? Obrigado. We have to clean it up. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you can continue, I would kindly ask you to return to the auditorium, please. Otherwise, it will be too late for our program. And you are advancing. I would very much like to ask also the panelists and the moderator of the panel, Ms. Rosana Santos. If you could please take seat for us to resume our program. Rosana. Estou vendo. Não é. Thank you very much. Eu vou pedir para limpar ele. O Luiz acabou de passar aqui, não sei se ele estava indo para... Ali, voltando do... Embaixador, cuidado que está molhado aí, hein? No chão. Eu vou pegar, Thank you very much. So we'll now proceed the seminar. If you can I have your attention, please. We will have now a panel on the topic diversifying the green steel value chain towards more sustainability. And I would kindly invite the moderator for this panel, Mrs. Rosana Santos, Executive Director of E+ Institute for Energy Transition. Rosana, please.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. It's an honor for us from E+ to be here moderating such an important panel. And I thank you so much for being here and being interested in what our country has to offer the rest of the world, globally speaking, in terms of decarbonization, not only from our own country, but also for the decarbonization of the globe. As we listened a lot during the first panel and the first discussions, is that Brazil has a lot of potential, has a lot of what the rest of the world may be lacking, one country or another. And with that, we can help a lot to get to net zero in 2050. I'll kindly invite my fellow panelists here to join us. Stephen from Vale, Sandro from Aço Verde Brasil, Mauricio from Gerdau, Karsten from Siemens, and Stefania from the University of São Paulo. Before passing the floor to my fellow panelists, I just wanted to challenge a little bit our minds with some questions. We talk a lot about energy transition as if energy transition were an end in itself. Energy transition is, from our concept and E+, and just a reflection, is not an end in itself. Energy transition is a means to get to a greener economy. So when talking financing energy transition, we must not be only talking financing wind and solar or some kind of biomass. We have to talk about financing how the economy, and in particular here in this panel, we are going to discuss about steel, how the economy or the particular stakeholder from the industry is going to use this new kind of energy. Either electricity or something coming from biomass, huge investments have to be done by the companies to be able to use this new kind of energy coming from energy transition. So I think the debate is richer if we think energy transition as a means, not as an end. And especially for the financiers, here sitting there, Alexandre, I'm looking to you from BNDES, that we have to finance the economy to change from one kind of production line to another kind of production line, to one kind of mindset to another kind of mindset. And especially, I think we are going to talk about steel, which is basically the fundamentals of our economy globally. Steel is everywhere. We have to have our companies to be profitable, even doing greener things, even doing greener goods. And in order for them to be profitable, and this is the only way this decarbonization thing is going to happen, because companies have to be profitable. They have to make money somehow. And we should not only blame climate change, which is a problem in itself, and think that the entire economy is going to move towards a greener world just because the climate change is happening, which is it's a truth. But also, we have to think about jobs. We have to think about money, and we have to think about profitable companies. We have to think about profitable states, governments. They have to be sustainable in itself, otherwise a greener economy is not going to happen. And in this regard, my last reflection here before passing the floor for my friends, we think the global supply chain that the global supply chain that we have nowadays running all around the world is a global supply chain that was set some 10, 12, 20, 30 years ago, where a molecule travels all around the globe to come back to the same place where this molecule was generated. Silicon, it goes from Brazil, goes to Germany, to UK, and then to China, and then to somewhere else, and then to China, and then back to Brazil in the form of a solar panel. This is not sustainable. Still, we send iron ore all around the globe, which is, of course, a very important economic activity. But we send our iron ore all around the globe, then someone else in the globe transforms this into steel plates, any steel, and then it comes back to our country or to other countries in the form of products. Those products are not green because the supply chain is not green. So if we want to go to a greener economy, we have to rethink the global supply chain and rethink the global supply chain where emissions or mitigating emissions is the variable to be optimized. So power shoring comes into place. Power shoring is exactly this concept, where we do have the goods being produced where it emits less CO2, methane, and so on and so forth. So we are going to discuss this in this panel here about steel decarbonization. There are several routes. technological routes. It's not only hydrogen, and this is also something a colleague said that we need in energy transition needs a lot of hydrogen, which is true, but not only. It's not the only way to decarbonize the industry. Biomethane is a way. Electricity, green electricity is a way. Hydrogen is a way. Other paths is a way. Energy efficiency is a way. So let's open our minds and not stick only to hydrogen, which is very important. But Brazil has a lot of other ways of doing the same decarbonization. So passing the floor to you, Steve, and I'm going to sit. He was going to use a PowerPoint, but I'm passing the floor. Steve has a vast global experience of over 30 years in the mining sector, and he's currently the Senior Advisor of Decarbonization and leads Vale's Corporate Venture Capital Fund. He's the chairman of the board of 3 startups, as well as being CEO of TechnoRed, a technology development company constantly seeking solutions for decarbonize the steel industry. Steve, how do you see the global steel decarbonization approach, and how is Vale doing all of that? What are your inputs to that? And I'm sitting there, not talking from here.
Thanks very much, Rosanna. Well, it looks like we could have been organizing our speeches together. So Vale is amongst the largest iron ore companies in the world. Our Scope 3 emissions, 600 million tons, 40 times our Scope 1 and 2. It's all the steel industry. So Vale has been, for 20 years, investing in low CO2 technologies. And it's an exciting time. It's an exciting time of innovation, new teams, and partnership. We've signed 30 MOUs with all of the world's largest steel companies, and we've already started bringing on new products for decarbonization. At the end of the last year, we commissioned our first green briquette plant in Brazil, developing jobs, 2,000 jobs in the peak of construction. I hope we have more of that to come, to export briquettes to, in long term, we hope, eliminate the sinter plant. Don't want to get too technical, but the steel industry emits basically because of the use of coal, mostly in the blast furnace, in the coke ovens, and in the sinter plants. So if we don't eliminate those plants, you will not eliminate CO2 from the steel industry. So by exporting green briquettes, we allow clients to produce produce steel with 10% less CO2. It's a start. And I love the comment. It's all about the money. Green hydrogen is beautiful. I say hydrogen is the future, but the future of green hydrogen, economically, personally speaking, starts in 2040. It's really difficult for the steel industry to decarbonize using hydrogen in the short term. This is a transition, and we need to get started now. So it's all about low-cost energy. Where most of the world's steel is produced, Europe, Japan, Korea, China, there is no low-cost, low CO2 energy. So Vale is working with Brazil, obviously, governments in the Middle East and in the US to develop hubs for the production of low CO2 iron to eliminate the blast furnace. Getting started with low-cost natural gas, because that's what's available. We've signed an agreement with the Port of Açu to try and get started in Brazil there. But obviously, the Middle East is the place which has the cheapest natural gas. It's the easiest place to get started. We want to move to CCS, carbon capture and sequestration, as soon as possible. And as the most competitive places for low-cost green hydrogen is developed, we will move to the production of hydrogen for those plants as well. Once again, without getting into the technology issues, our green briquettes will also be key to supplying those plants in the Middle East, in Brazil, and avoiding building any new pellet plants. The idea is not to carry on investing in polluting technologies. Beyond that, in Brazil, as we've discussed many times, Brazil is endowed with a huge diversity, probably more than any other country we know. Biomass, green electricity, obviously hydrogen, biomethane, so many opportunities to decarbonize. One of the challenges for the steel industry is it's going to cost a huge amount of money to invest, $1 to $2 trillion to remove the iron making capacity. But more than that, it's probably going to cost $3 to $6 trillion to generate the green energy to fuel those iron making processes. And all of this in a time when it's not really clear what the price of CO2 is globally. Obviously, we're talking about CBAM, but every company finds a huge challenge when they try and justify billion-dollar investments with the lack of clarity around CO2 pricing. Technology, it's all new, so it's very high risk. And with all of these different green energies involved, the energy price volatility is huge. The great advantage of Brazil is it has all of these energies. So you're able to naturally hedge in a single place the production and with all of these energies. So in Brazil, we have biomass, but currently there is no biocarbon market. There is no way to export or produce or make this biomass available for industrial users to be able to decarbonize as fast as possible. So Vale started up a new company called BioNow for the industrial production of green biocarbon, using residues, bagasse, forestry, all types of low-cost biomass. We even had a startup, not anything to do with steel, but a green cement company looking to take our waste material from our mines, and believe it or not, we believe it is economic to export green cement to Europe to help the cement industry, the concrete industry in Europe decarbonize using our waste products. And building off the diverse energy sources in Brazil, as CEO of Tecnored, I have to finish talking about a technology that is beloved to us, which is a technology which uses all of the above. Green electricity for highly efficient electrical heating, biocarbon, any kind of green gas, hydrogen, biomethane, as well as allowing for CCS, which in conjunction with biofuels can allow for negative emissions in the production of iron. We're building our first commercial plant of Tecnored in Pará, a 500,000 ton plant in 2 phases, and hopefully this will allow us to harness all of this energy matrix in Brazil to be able to contribute to the world decarbonizing. And I just want to touch on a slightly sensitive topic about who gets the jobs. This is often, we talked about the export of hydrogen and whether it is just, etc. It's important to reflect on the past sometimes. In the first half of the last century, all of the iron ore that was used to make steel in Europe was produced in Europe. In the second half of the last century to today, all of the iron ore is imported into Europe. And the whole of the Japanese steel industry and Korean steel industry and much of the Chinese steel industry was built on imported iron ore. It's just a natural transition based on economics that would move one step further to the import of green iron in those locations which do not have low-cost, low CO2 energy.
Very interesting. Thank you. I like it. But one thing that pops up from your, well, many thoughts that you brought here is that in order for anything to happen, you have to have a demand for that green product, whatever green product is. And someone has to pay for the green premium. And before passing the floor to you, to Sandro from Aço Verde Brasil, one thing that I always reflect on is that only carbon market will not be enough to pay for the green premium. I think there are many sources of money to come into to help to fill in this gap. Carbon market is one of them. Probably the end user will pay a little bit more. Probably companies will invest because they have to adapt themselves to the new world. Probably governments and industrial policy, things coming like tax exemption or a policy, a clear policy, will also help to bridge the gap. Probably some blended finance coming from BNDES will help to bridge this gap. So it's a mix of several solutions that will help us to be in the, us meaning us Brazilians, to be in the position of putting this green steel or green iron to the market, to the international market. It's not only the carbon market that will solve all the things. And another thing that from your words that came up is like hydrogen as being the end of BOF, which is the blast furnace, and we have to end up using hydrogen. And I'll bring here just one challenge in passing to you. They are using biocharcoal. So Aço Verde Brasil uses biocharcoal. They also use a BOF. And for Brazil, this is probably perhaps a very typical route to use biocharcoal instead in the BOF, traditional BOF. So just elaborate, Sandro, I'll just present Sandro here. He's from Aço Verde Brasil. He's a metallurgical engineer. My best friend is also a metallurgical engineer. So, and he has more than 30 years. You were a good person. He has more than 30 years experience in steel and iron business. And now he's the sustainability and new business director for Aço Verde Brasil. Sandro, just tell us a little bit about you. About Aço Verde Brasil and all the possibilities and difficulties that you were facing.
Thank you, Rosana. It's a pleasure to be here, second year in a row. I hope I can be next year. I got the invitation from Leandro and the ambassador because I love Berlin. It's a beautiful city. But talk about AVB, the name in English like green steel from Brazil. This name was given almost 20 years ago. It was not like now it makes sense. It is a family-owned company. It's a Brazilian integrated long steel mill. It's located in north part of Brazil, and we have like 700,000 tons capacity of steel to produce green steel. We employ more than 3,000 employees, and we produce basically rebars and wire rod for civil construction market in Brazil. And AVB was designed to produce steel with very low carbon emissions. We don't want to, we're not like a carbon neutral mill yet, but we're getting there. We have a dream 20 years ago, and the dream came true, and we are producing more than 8 years now, producing steel with very, very low level of carbon emission. As far as we know, we are the lowest carbon emission level in the world, right? They don't have like this ranking, but I never knew another mill with the figures like you have. We have been doing our annual GHG inventory since 2018. Our figures about this CO2 inventories is below 20 kilos of CO2 per ton of steel. Just a comparison, the steel old average of emission is 2,000 kilos of CO2 per ton of steel. I'm talking about 100 times less, not 10 times, it's 100 times less. It's really different, something is really unique. And a lot of people ask us, how could we do that? How could we, in Brazil, in the north part, we could develop a kind of technology and equipments that are able to make this. I think in summarize, it's hard work, right? We are, of course, we did a lot of partnership with suppliers, a lot of research, a lot of discussions, but I think the main reason for low emissions is, like Rosana said, we choose the right steel-making route, right? That's the key. We use 100% of charcoal, we call biocarbon, in our blast furnace. We don't use coke. As you know, coke is our biggest enemy in the steel business. Coke is responsible for more than 80–90% of the carbon emissions in the steel making. So if you can remove coke, if you take into account coke from the equation, you can really get very low emissions. More than that, we don't use fossil fuels. Can you imagine a steel plant don't use fossil fuel in the world? This mill exists in Brazil. We call AVB. AVB can produce very low carbon emission with no fossil fuel at all in its steel production. So more than that, we are right now we are building a briquette plant, like a valley, right, to recycling 100% of our solid residuals, because we believe we want to be not only the lowest steel mill with carbon emission, we want to be a free residual steel mill. So all the residuals that we generate inside the mill must be recycled inside AVB. That's our goal for the next 2 years. We are working hard to get there. And like I think the ambassador said, and Rosana also, I think Brazil has a great opportunity to be like a global hub for decarbonization for the world. And AVB is a good example. Maybe it's not so big, but we are showing that you can do this. You have another solutions beyond the hydrogen. Charcoal or biocarbon is a great solution for decarbonization.
And what's interesting is that you don't have to go and do a huge capex or investment in order to shift. Of course, there is this problem of the size of the BF-BOF, because with biocharcoal you have to have a smaller size BF-BOF, but it's a route that works. And just adding up a little bit, if I may, one issue is that someone has to buy this steel that they are making as green. So someone has around the globe has to recognize that your steel and pay for it is green, low emissions, and there is where the issue is. The biocharcoal route, as sustainable as it may be, no methane emissions, no wrong land use, no sustainable workforce, to say the least. And this is not being recognized by the world as green, and it is green. So when the ambassador said in the beginning that sometimes sustainability is defined by people that don't know all the routes that are possible around the globe, they are hindering us to go green. And also, if I may say, we are not getting, as planet Earth, we are not getting to net zero in 2050 if we do not access all the possibilities to get green. And Brazil has almost all of it. So this is also for food for thought here. Hydrogen is not the only way to get there. It's one way. It's not the only way. And before...
You don't have like a silver bullet. Not only one solution. We need more solutions.
You have, like paying the green gap. It's not only one solution. Mauricio, talking about not only one solution, I think you have Gerdau, which is like a company that I'm really, really proud of. You were, when I was graduated as engineer from University of São Paulo, Gerdau was the one there giving the speech and granting us the market. This back in 1989. It's a long time ago. So I would love to hear from you, Mauricio, what Gerdau is doing. How are you really coping with this decarbonization world? And just giving a little introduction, Mauricio is the Global Industrial Director at Gerdau, solid experience in operations, project management, and strategic planning. Nowadays, he's in charge of the industrial practices and technological roadmap for Gerdau. We've been, Mauricio, in contact a lot with Senida as well.
Yes.
So she's great.
Yeah.
She's a colleague of Mauricio there in Gerdau. And Gerdau is a very, well, you tell it, very interesting in using scrap and so on.
Thank you for the
Another
invitation.
technological route that we have to access.
Thank you for the invitation. Guten Morgen. I can say a little, like a few words in German. I like to learn it a little bit. But the company has, from the history, a lot of relation with Germany because it started as an immigrant that came. Mr. Gerdau came from Germany 100 years ago, more than 100 years ago. And it started a nail factory in the south of Brazil, and there's a lot of history about this company. But we started as a business model. It's interesting because we started in a business model that today is being it's being one of the solutions for the decarbonization that it's using scrap. So we were a nail factory until the 50s from the last century, and we started with that model of collecting scrap and delivering products in a close radius from your factory. So this was the start of the company, and today we have more than 30 facilities that uses scrap and collects, and our production relies on 70% of a scrap-based production. And nowadays we are not the biggest steel producer in Brazil, but we are the biggest Brazilian producer. Nowadays we have 14 million tons capacity, and it's like I would say I'm using recently I'm using the term agnostic, as the IT guys likes to say, but the decarbonization should be agnostic, no passion. We should look at your regional advantage. You should look at the age of the assets. You should look at the portfolio of products that you have, because it's very important to say steel, it's key for decarbonization. There's no windy tower, there's no solar panel, there's no net of electric wires and the transmission lines. It's not possible. There's no EV vehicles without steel. So steel is key for this energy transition in the world. And of course, the companies in the sector are aware about his role on that, and also about the commitments to go further. Nowadays, Gerdau, we already are in that position by luck, I guess, because we started as a scrap-based company, but we have three routes, as I would say, agnostic. So 60% is scrap-based, 65, 5 to 10% is charcoal-based. As AVB in Brazil, we have our own forests. We do reforestation in Brazil. We have more than 110,000 hectares of reforestation with our own charcoal base. This is very important for the primary route. And in Brazil also, due to the mining advantage that we have there, we have our own mine with a big ferrous content on that. We have our coal-based asset there also. It's important to say, besides being a key material for decarbonization, the primary route, nowadays coal-based or charcoal-based or natural gas-based, the primary route is key for developing countries, because there's not enough scrap available, as we have in Europe, as we have in US. We have operations in US also, and we use a lot of scrap. It's available there. But for the developing countries, we still have to nail that and to solve the challenges of the integrated route. If it's going to be with, I don't know, biomass, if it's going to be with biomaterial or hydrogen, we don't know. We are looking forward to see that. But we have to use all the short-term opportunities in that route also. Besides that, one thing that I think it's important to mention is that the solutions inside the scrap-based route it's going further. If you have a scrap-based route and you have green electricity, you can be very close to zero, especially if you have the opportunity to use heaters that use electrification, but also some biocombustible moving further. This is a possibility. And the next thing that is happening is that a lot of companies, it's producing all products with scrap. This is new for the industry. So we can produce a special bar quality in our case for drivetrain in a vehicle with using scrap. You can produce flat products using scrap. This is new for the industry, and it's a big trend also. So
Great to hear, Mauricio. And it's interesting that we usually say the average emissions per ton from a country. And actually, I think we should think on splitting that per technological route, meaning your scrap is near zero, probably when you use sustainable biochar is near zero, and when you are on your coke, typical BF, BOF, you are close to global emissions because you're using, anyhow, you are using imported coal from the US to do steel in Brazil, in the case of some of the steel-making companies that we listen to. One thing that is interesting, and I must say it's nothing to do with Gerdau, but one thing that we are facing now in Brazil is kind of a mind-blowing thing is we are suffering competition from steel being imported from China. And steel imported from China entering Brazil 10-15% less expensive than the Brazilian steel, and it emits a lot more than the steel made in Brazil, even compared to the BF, BOF, the traditional route emissions. So perhaps it is the time to create kind of a CBAN, as you were mentioning. We are not buying products from someone that is not 80% renewables, which is kind of a stretch, but thinking about protecting a little bit our steel-making companies in Brazil by not importing steel that emits much more than our Brazilian steel makes sense from the global point of view, makes sense from the NDC point of view. It makes sense protecting a little bit our industry that is really struggling to do something less carbon emitting. And with that, Stefania, I'll pass the floor to you. Do you have? Yeah. I'll pass the floor to you. Stefania also collaborates with E+, so that's why we've been working a lot together. But she's also an inviting professor at the University of São Paulo, and recently she has researched a lot about the steel industry, and we came up with some ideas of not getting to the hydrogen directly, but perhaps using also biomethane, because in the end, biomethane is the same molecule as natural gas. So when you say that we have to get to natural gas, perhaps in Brazil, if we do it correctly, and Secretary Hollenberg mentioned that, if we do it correctly, perhaps we can go to the biomethane route, and we don't need to get to the hydrogen one, and biomethane is already there. So first, I just want you to give an idea of you on this matter.
Oh, okay, very nice to be here. I think you already said a lot of the things that I could said as an introduction, but I will start. Firstly, as Mauricio said, scrap, it's the best route that we have to produce steel. It's very efficient, not only in regards to CO2, we have a lot of other environmental benefits from scrap. Yeah, all the other kinds of pollutions. But the problem is, we don't have enough scrap. And not we as a Brazilian saying, but as a citizen of the world, because the world will need more steel. Regardless we've been a developing or emerging country, the world will be, we will need a lot of more steel in the next decades. So since the decarbonization is a world problem, is a global problem, we need to think about it globally. So in this sense, we need to continue using iron ore to produce steel. And when we talk about using iron ore to produce steel, we have three main stages in the production. The first one is the briquette phase, which Vale is doing brilliantly with low emissions, which is the phase that you prepare the iron ore to do the iron reduction, which is the second phase, the iron reduction. Until this point of the supply chain, and then we have the third segment that is the steel making itself. But until this second point, the iron reduction, we have here 80% of the emissions of the steel process. So 80% is in the iron reduction. And this is the activity that we use coal, mainly, to produce. The world is investing on shifting this technological route to coal from hydrogen, passing through natural gas to do this. Because since we still don't have this amount of hydrogen, you can use firstly the natural gas to do this, and because the natural gas and hydrogen, they share the same technology. Blast furnace we use for the iron reduction with coal, and the natural gas and hydrogen use another technological route, not blast furnace. So the transition source, as a Brazilian, I don't like this expression very much, but in this case, globally thinking, the source for transition from coal to hydrogen has been the natural gas. This is what the world is doing, and possibly natural gas with CCS to reduce these emissions. The problem is, in Brazil, we don't need to think like that because we have another options. So we have biocharcoal, and today almost around 11% of the Brazil steel production is from biocharcoal. So it's a huge participation in Brazil. And we also have the biomethane that can be used replacing the natural gas in this process. And since biomethane and hydrogen, they share the same technological route, because biomethane and natural gas is the same molecule, so it's the same technological route. In Brazil, if we develop this technological route, you have an industry that is not relying on a single industrial feedstock. We can remember that, we need to remember that in steel, we are not only talking about energy, we are talking about industrial feedstock. So hydrogen is not only an energy resource, but also an industrial feedstock. So if we do this, and this in terms of supply chain is very important. You have more than one feedstock that you can rely on. So if we use this route in Brazil, we can have a more secure supply chain, and we can have a more diversified steel process. So in a nutshell, we have in Brazil a lot of different resources. We have the potential for the electrolytic hydrogen in one region. We have the potential for hydrogen for biogas reform in other. We have a huge biomethane potential. We have the biocharcoal in the north. We have a lot of different resources spread by and iron, and we have a lot of iron. And so we have these different resources spread across the territory. We have industries, steel making also spread across the Brazilian territory. So Brazil can have a lot of different pathways and a lot of different examples of how to decarbonize steel in Brazil. So hopefully, I would love to see Brazil being this benchmark, offering a diversified set of solutions for decarbonizing steel around the world. So that's it.
Thank you so much, Stefania. And thank you so much. And this is kind of a strong message here, which means our country is so big that each region has its own characteristic to decarbonize steel. And imagine the rest. I mean, we have to consider other routes, and perhaps if you go to biomethane, you don't have to go all the way to hydrogen and then use hydrogen in the chemical industry, for example, where it's really needed. or the fertilizers, as the secretary mentioned. Anyhow, now we listen to Vale, Aço Verde Brasil, and then Gerdau, and then from Stefania that we can use biomethane. There is a company in Brazil that is going that route, which is Ternium. They are trying to, but lack of regulation on biomethane. This is another thing that for the second round I would like to discuss. But then we have to talk to someone that is going to buy this steel, that's going to use the steel for something. So let's listen from Karsten Haschbach. He's the Senior Director for Government Affairs from Siemens. And what's the relevance and importance of this green steel? Will play from an industrial perspective, from a company such as Siemens. By the way, it was my first job, so Siemens was my first employer, so thank you. And, and so I would love to hear from you, from someone that is going to buy all this green steel.
Yeah, thanks, Rosanna. And well, Siemens was also my first job. Meanwhile, it has changed to Siemens Energy, which is the energy business that Siemens spinned off 3 years ago. So meanwhile, just for the one or the other of you who is not so familiar, we produce technologies for energy generation and energy transmission. So these can be large turbines, steam turbines, gas turbines, generators, but also transmission equipment. As we heard, the electricity, the electrons, they need to travel from the point of generation to their consumers. And of course, solutions and products for the transformation of industry. And this is actually the reason, I guess, why we are here for, including electrolyzers. So a place or a product for generate green hydrogen. To make it very clear, green steel will play a significant relevancy in the energy sector and then the energy transition in the next 2 decades. And I want to give you 2 single examples why. First of all, the power demand worldwide will increase by factor 2 until 2040. This is a little bit more than 15 years. What does that mean? We need exactly the same energy infrastructure that is already in place, and I'm not considering replacement or modernization, simply to fulfill and satisfy this energy demand. Let it be in regions like Africa or in Asia with emerging societies and economies. So this would be, with regards to steel, mean simply doubling once more what is already out there in the field. But now comes a different factor, which makes it even more complex and much more valuable, namely climate change and the energy transition. We shift from fossil fuels to renewables and clean energies. And this shift means even a much more higher factor than factor 2. And I'll give you the example. A combined cycle power plant today with a capacity of 600 megawatts, the core is a gas turbine, which can be also partially fueled with green hydrogen. This machine has a weight of 600 tons, and most of it is steel. If you take now a wind park with the same capacity, 600 megawatts, and you take the largest wind turbines, offshore wind turbines, they have a capacity of 15 megawatts each. So simple mathematics, you need 40 turbines. The tower of each turbine has a weight of at least 200 tons of steel. 40 times 20, if I calculate right, it is 8,000 tons of steel versus 600 tons of steel. And now just multiply this with all the projects being planned worldwide. I know it is not only wind, there's also solar, but you need transmission lines, right? You need the towers for the transmission lines. And if we, on the one hand side, want to do something good in order to encounter climate change and to bring emissions of the energy sector, and the energy sector worldwide stands for 1/3 of the greenhouse gas emissions on a global scale. I know the balance in Brazil is much better, yeah, but we are not there in many countries where countries like Latin America with a blessed setup in the energy mix in favor of renewables is. We need then also to consider the other side, the products which are needed, that they are being produced in these amounts in a proper and sustainable way, because otherwise we actually take the positive effect away if we look at conventional steel. In Europe, the European steel industry stands for 7 to 9% of the greenhouse gas emissions. So, meaning here we have to support this industry to lower their emissions in order to be capable in a sustainable way to support the energy transition by producing the materials like steel which are being needed. And this of course will cost money. For Germany, roughly 100 billion euro to change from the conventional technology to the new technologies. We heard this morning from Ms. Haverkamp. Last year, the German government, they funded 2 projects. One was ThyssenKrupp, 2 billion. Another one, Salzgitter, 1 billion. So it will have a price tag, of course. And we have to make sure that we also consider, and this point Rosanna was, I would say, a little bit missing from my perspective when you discussed about the price tag. It is also the price tag for the energy price at the end and the competitiveness of economies. Yeah? So this has to be considered here as well, especially for the high demands of electricity we will need in the very near future. So what do we do at Siemens Energy? We look at it from 2 perspectives. Yes, and I will come to this point just in a few moments, namely the buyer. We are also supporting the steel industry in providing solutions and experience how they can decarbonize their processes. So we have a reference case in Austria already since 2019 in place, where the steelmaking process of voestalpine is already being fueled partially with green hydrogen. The green hydrogen is being produced by green electricity with one of our electrolyzers. And I agree, the price of green hydrogen at the moment is way too much. It does not make sense from an economical point of view. But we should also not forget one thing. Namely, if we just take profitability thoughts and economical thoughts into our considerations today, and we miss the point for managing the energy transition, at sometimes the costs of extreme climates, they will explode. And we will not be able to cover them. And we have to, as a generation that has it in its hand, to say we were in the position to make a nice pathway, well, nice, meaning also with a lot of efforts we have to put in here, but we managed not to miss that point. So the other one, and now I'm coming to the side of Siemens Energy as a buyer. Of course, we look to the designs of our products and our supply chains. So in the past, we used conventional steel, of course, to make our products more, let's say, competitive. We took the steel which suited best, also from economical point of view. Today we redesign our products, so we have wind turbines with green towers, meaning already existing with green steel, and this brings down the CO2 footprint of this turbine by 63%, just for the reason of using green instead of conventional steel. The same is happening with transformers. So a transformer, power transformer that is being produced by us has a weight between 600 to 900 tons. 85% is steel. We replaced this. We just signed with ThyssenKrupp a larger deal on blue mint steel for 700 transformers. When the first country that will benefit from that once the transformers are ready will be the UK. Those transformers will support a wind park there in order to bring in a more sustainable way the green electricity harvest from wind via green transformers into the grid. It is step by step, and I like very much also the statement about openness regarding technology. There is not one single silver bullet. And it is the same, like any country in the energy transition has a different starting point, different parameters, and they have to be considered. And I hope there are not too many representatives from some ministries close by here. We Germans have the tendency sometimes a little bit to be too pragmatic and not to have an open view for what are the options and the possibilities using, for example, charcoal or biomethane, you know, where it makes sense to reach the goal. Maybe we would do it the other way around faster, but I would say the faster way is probably financial-wise simply not feasible at this point in time. And I would leave it here.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Karsten. And then we come to this, just one question to the organization. We started 10 minutes late, and so can I go 10 minutes more or not? No? No, I cannot. So we have 10 minutes. So speed dating now. Just one question, just not for now, but you can answer that. If you were paying, if customer is paying a little bit more, or you were paying a little bit more for the steel you're using to the wind turbines and transformer, this is a quite interesting case. And another one is just food for thought here. When you see that Vale is exporting, the second largest iron ore exporter to the rest of the world, and you are exporting probably here to Europe as well, and then you use your electricity and your capabilities here in Europe to produce a green steel, somehow this clings that not sustainable. It would make more sense if they could import, for example, the HBI. I got very technical now, but HBI is an intermediate product of on the steel making process. So probably for Germany, it would be more sustainable and more economically feasible to import the HBI, the intermediate product, from a country as Brazil and do the finishing line here. From the jobs point of view, you're not going to lose that much of jobs. And for Brazil, it's an added value better than simply exporting crude iron ore or very little processed iron ore. And with this, I come to the Vales, and I really ask for us to be very brief, the briquette that you developed, because it's a starting point for any of the good technologies that can come. And you just announced the briquette. I know you signed some MOUs to use this briquette. And if you have the intention to use this briquette, or you have conversations, if you may, conversations in Brazil to use this briquette, which is what is needed to get to the HBI and greener steel. Stephen.
Thank you very much. So briquetting, or basically cold agglomeration, avoiding using high temperature furnaces more than 1,000 degrees centigrade, which not only emit CO2 but also carcinogens and so on. We basically just want to glue things together with very sophisticated glues. It's actually a platform. There's many different types of briquettes. As I said, we've just started the first industrial production, 6 to 7 million tons a year of blast furnace briquettes for the existing blast furnaces. There are briquettes for direct reduction, which produce the HBI using natural gas or hydrogen or biomethane. But also, METS maybe doesn't know, we're using similar briquette technology, Technored, in partnership with Gerdau. We're introducing biocarbon into their blast furnace operations to introduce 8% biocarbon. It's a start in the production of coke, so we can do that. And I was talking with Sandro in the break, using briquettes to use agricultural residues as opposed to lump charcoal that comes from eucalyptus trees. We can also produce we can produce briquettes from bagasse, from acai shells, and anything to fuel decarbonization of the steel industry. So we have everywhere where we're going to produce these mega hubs to produce green iron. We have projects to build briquette plants. We have projects in Brazil with most of the steel companies in Brazil to have co-located briquette plants to help supplement and hopefully in the future eliminate the sinter plants. So it's a platform technology, and hopefully we can take it many places.
Great to know. Vale is kind of fundamental to the global steel decarbonization supply chain globally because of the role that Brazil has in this iron ore supply chain. And Vale is very instrumental. So if they move, we move. So thank you, Steve. So very briefly, Sandro, your final remarks, because we just have 4 minutes.
Okay. I think it's clear. I think everybody agreed that to get the goals for climate neutrality in 2050 will be a big challenge for everybody. And everybody agrees that coke is our biggest enemy, and charcoal, it is a solution. It's not a silver bullet. It is a great option. In Brazil, use charcoal decarbonization solution for more than 60 years. And VB is a approved solution to work. It works for more than 8 years. And now we need to develop the green market. And I think we need some conditions like the government support, because we are seeing a lot of support, a lot of demand for the flat steel products, but I don't see the same demand for the long steel products, right? We need some support for the financial, need support from green energy. Also can use some short-term decarbonization solution with natural gas and more scrap natural gas. So we need some support from the local government, and like Rosanna said, we need to develop each country some carbon emission barriers, like CBAM, in order to avoid some greenwashing. You are seeing some greenwashing, like she said. Right now in Brazil, we're getting a lot of import from China. Everybody knows the Chinese still has the highest carbon emission in the world, more than 2.2 tons of CO2 per ton of steel. Compared with AVB, carbon emission is 150 times more. Come on. How can we allow to import, regardless of the political economic discussion, we need to address this issue. We cannot allow bring steel with high emissions to the country, because this is very important for us. So it's up to us to change this reality. Okay?
Thank you so much. And also to have the world to recognize this biocharcoal route, sustainable biocharcoal, meaning not coming from deforestation, not emitting biomethane and so on. I just learned that we won 5 minutes, so we do have a little bit more time. Mauricio, also your final remarks in this regard, please.
Okay, thank you. Shortly. One important thing is that in Brazil, steel making relies only for 4 to 5%. It's less than 5% of the emissions of the country. So it's different than the other, this sector all around the world. So we have potential to improve, but we are already in a good position. In Gerdau, we emit only 0.9, it's less than half of the intensity of world, the average of world, but we want to improve it. So we have been discussing that, and we use that a lot as an incentive for all executives in the company, and we find ways for a short-term new goal for 0.8 tons of CO2 equivalent per ton, and we are reaching other possibilities due to the energy transition also in the US, in other countries that are becoming greener and greener due to renewables. The other aspect that I think is important, as our colleague from Siemens mentioned, the EPDs, the transparency, green steel, it's a little bit controversial. There's no specific rule to say that one steel it's green. So the only way to address that is to use EPDs and life cycle assessment, looking for all the history of the material. This is important, and this would give our customers, and we are doing that, full transparency, EPDs for almost every product, so we make sure that they are buying what they need. That's my remark. Thank you for the invitation.
This is a key remark, actually. Thank you, Mauricio. This is really a key remark, meaning if you have to have the track, carbon track from A to Z. Otherwise, there is no such good definition for green steel. What is green steel? And you may be buying something for another. So, Stephanie, in this regard, I would love to hear from you your final remarks, and especially on how we can improve our biomethane position and regulatory things that you learned that is going on with biomethane.
So, okay, I would like to highlight the whole of this intermediated product that we are talking about, which is the iron, after the iron reduction. In this process, even if you do this with hydrogen, later in the process, you need a carbon source. So a small amount of biomethane will be necessary, or some another biogenic carbon in this process will be necessary in order to have a low carbon or free carbon process to produce iron. When you do this process, when you do recycling, we also need a source of carbon. So even in the recycling process, you need a source of carbon. And so we will also need a small content of biomethane in this route. When you have the conventional blast furnace, they are very difficult to replace. We also need a small amount of pulverized coal, and this can be blended by biomethane also in order to reduce the carbon footprint. So in all of the routes of steelmaking, you can use biomethane as at least a way to reduce the emissions of the process. So it's really a very important resource, and we are talking less than I would like about it. I mean, we, in the sense that the international discussion about decarbonizing steel is not giving the attention that I understand that biomethane will require. And in regards this intermediated product, like the iron that we can do as the HBI, which is from the direct reduction using biomethane or hydrogen or natural gas with CCS. We also have the green pig iron, the reduction iron made by biocharcoal, which no one is also talking about this. And I would like to finish exactly reinforcing the point of certification, because we don't have the clear definition what is green iron, but we also don't have the definition about these intermediated products. For instance, green pig iron. No one is talking about the pig iron that came from biocharcoal. So we need to think about this globally. In terms of the partnership Brazil and Germany, we can export a lot of these intermediated products also to Germany, not the final product. There is a huge market for this intermediated product, which is a win-win situation, because we can split the jobs, split the incomes, and Brazil can also keep a little bit more of our iron ore inside our country in order to improve our industry, creating more jobs, and exporting a more high value product to Germany. And Germany can also win with this, because this product can be cheaper than the produced here. I mean, a decarbonized product will be cheaper being produced in Brazil than probably here. So I think I've finished with that.
Thank you so much. And Before passing you the floor, just one comment. When you said that the steel industry is only responsible from industry is a very low part, it's a small part of the emissions pie in Brazil. It's just 15 to 18% of emissions, the industry. And from this pie, then 5%, let's say, is from the steel making because of our green energy mix. But what we are discussing here is not decarbonizing the steel-making industry in Brazil as it is today. It's position our country as a large steel exporter, green steel exporter, or green HBI exporter, or green pig-eye, which means decarbonizing the steel making in Brazil is decarbonizing the steel industry around the globe. And this is what brings value to our country, what brings job to our country, and revert a little bit of the supply chain as it is today, which is a not sustainable supply chain. And this is what we've been discussing and saying as power shoring. And this is, as IPLUS, what we wanted to see, a declaration signed with G20 or COP30, saying that we globally, countries, we will agree to look and to search for supply chains that make more sense from the emissions point of view. And this is also job sharing. Before passing you the floor, I would love to hear if how Siemens is acquiring this green steel, because it has a lot to do with how to pay the green gap, and it's a part of it. So I would love to hear your final thoughts and your view on that.
Good. So it's now my pleasure to be in the uncomfortable position between you and your lunch. I'll make it short, as you are all hungry, I suppose. There are two aspects. The one aspect is the volume aspect, and I think probably my first statement made it clear, volume won't be the issue. It could become actually vice versa. For many, many years, a much higher demand for green steel in total, not only the energy, but also other industrial sectors, household, automotive sector, and so on, that the production is not sufficient for the demand. Price. Of course, green steel comes with an additional price tag. At the moment, if I'm informed correctly, we talk more or less to conventional steel factor 2. If you have products with a high proportion of steel, this of course ramps up your prices. You're in international, like we do. We are in international competition, and we have to make sure that we are still remain like the past 170 years out there for the next, hopefully, 170 or even more years. So with the perspective, the price for green steel has to come down. This will not happen overnight, but very important, and I guess Secretary Rollenberg was expecting that I was looking now towards him. It will depend a lot on politics and our governments, how they set the right framework. It was mentioned, for example, what sense does it make if Brazil produces green steel while the country is importing conventional steel from third countries which do not care about that. Yes, in Europe there's now a new mechanism coming into place called CBAM, which actually gives a little bit of compensation for high carbon footprint to manufacturers within the European Union. This is also to secure investments, which are now necessary. Personally, I'm not a fan if we always say something, this is forbidden and we do not allow it. I like it more the motivational way to give a stimulus, and the IRA is a very good example, not to pay up front, but to say, you know, if you generate a value add, you should have a bigger proportion than you had in the past. That makes it also probably a little bit easier for the one or the other government to be more generous into this direction. The market conditions, I would say they're good. The outlook is good. We already signed several deals regarding green steel, blue mint steel, to reduce it. Will it be, at the end of the day, it will be the customer who will decide. It will be the society who will decide what is being accepted and what is not being accepted. We as a large company, like many others, we report on sustainability. We look at the entire value chain, including the raw materials. It is not only the environmental aspects, but also human rights and working condition aspects that play a role in here. And at the end of the day, it will be also the capital markets we should not forget. Because we will not get a credit or financing in the future if our sustainability balance is out of balance, so to say, yeah, or negatively. Yeah, or we will have to pay much higher interest rate, making us less competitive. Yeah, so it's a mixture of many things, but one thing is also important, as I mentioned. Power demand will increase by factor 2 within 15 years. Before that, we had 100 years to build up the system we have today. We now really have to speed up. We should not wait always and fall into endless discussions, but really come into actions and to decisions. Some decisions will turn out wrong or not 100%. It's okay, but at least we make some progress into the right direction of the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Karsten. And I'll invite you, all the questions, we will have lunch together. We can pose the questions and state the questions during lunch. It's a very challenging time that we are facing, but I think, globally speaking, we are in a position to go this direction or the other direction, meaning the other direction is not a good one. And I thank you so much for being here, being hungry and still here and paying attention. I invite you, everybody, to go to lunch and to pose the questions and question us if you want to during lunchtime, okay? And I have all the microphones with me.
Thank you, Rosana. And please, you are all invited for lunch here with caipirinha. Thank you. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry to interrupt you, but we must resume the seminar in 5 minutes. So if you could please start moving to the auditorium, please. Ninguém está nem ouvindo. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to resume the seminar with the panel 2 on alternative fuels. If you could kindly please come back to the auditorium, we'd be grateful to have then at the end of the day the opportunity for matchmaking also. Professor Meneghini, senhoras e senhores, por favor, peço a atenção dos senhores para voltarem para o auditório para reiniciar o nosso seminário e damos seguimento com o painel 2 sobre combustíveis alternativos, a cadeia dos combustíveis alternativos sustentáveis. Por favor, por gentileza, depois nós teremos oportunidade mais tarde de continuar os nossos contatos. Por gentileza. Professor, acho que podemos... Obrigado, tá bom. Não, tem cadeira ali também. So I'd like to invite Professor Giulio Meneghini. We're going to moderate this panel. Please, Professor, have the floor, please.
Well, thank you, Leandro. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I'd like to thank the ambassador and also the secretary, Hollenberg, Ambassador Roberto. Oh, sorry. And then we are going to start our panel now. Our panel has the title, The Role of Alternative Fuels Chains in Low Carbon Economies. And then I'd like to invite, well, those who are part of our panel. Ladies first, then Raquel, Annabelle, Siegfried, Roberto, and I will introduce them properly. Alexandre, Daniel, and Ricardo, Adriana, Annabelle, Raquel, Daniel. That's all? Yeah, well, I was looking at you and then, well, let us start. And before giving a short introduction of each of those that I just called, I'd like just to, well, present myself. I'm Giulio Meneghini. I'm a professor at the University of São Paulo and the scientific director of the Research Center for Greenhouse Gas Innovation, which is one of well, it's the biggest research center at the University of São Paulo. We have more than 600 people working now with a lot of different teams, but always related to greenhouse gas emissions and how to mitigate them. And as the scientific director of RCGI, I'm part also of the S20 group. What's the S20 group? Is the group with representatives of each of the science academies of the G20 countries. And we had our first meeting last week. The Brazilian Academy of Science had the first meeting to prepare the final document that we are going to give to the G20 leaders that are going to meet in Brazil in the G20 summit that's going to take place in Rio de Janeiro in November this year. And what we are going to talk in this panel, we are going to talk about second generation ethanol from agricultural residues, new routes to produce hydrogen, and here I have Daniel, who is going to say some words about a project that we have with Hytron, University of São Paulo, RCGI, sponsored by Shell, Raízen, and other companies. We are going to talk about BECS is something that we really believe that the Brazilian ethanol can become not only carbon neutral, but we can produce ethanol with a negative CO2 footprint. And I'm going to say some words later on and make some questions to those here in this panel. We are going to talk about sustainable aviation fuel and Brazil has the main, well, has one of the best source of raw material for sustainable aviation fuel is the pure CO2 that comes from the pure and biogenic CO2 that comes from the ethanol production. We are going to talk about also green methanol at University of São Paulo. We are going to have first the hydrogen from ethanol plant built by Hydron that is going to produce 5 kilos of hydrogen in August, I believe. August, where is Daniel? Yeah. In August, we are going to start producing that. Green methanol, we are going to start producing 1,000 liters per week later this year in another pilot plant. And these are things that we are working in our center, in the Research Center for Greenhouse Gas Innovation. And now I'd like to give a short introduction of each of the panelists. First, Raquel Lopes, who is the European representative of the Brazilian Sugarcane Industry and Bioenergy Association, UNICA, Raquel. Alexandre Quirino, who is Renewable Energy, Sustainable Fuels, and Hydrogen Analyst from Petrobras. Daniel Lopes, who is the Commercial Director of Hydron NEA Group. Annabelle York, who is the Biofuel Senior Manager Europe of BP. Siegfried Nitsch, who is the Chairman of the Executive Board of the Aviation Initiative for Renewable Energy in Germany. And let me see, yeah. And Ricardo Tomczyk, I'm right then, yeah, Tomczyk, who is the Executive of Institutional Affairs of the Amagi Group. And then I will start now with the questions, and then I'm going to take my seat there. Thank you. And then starting, well, ladies first, and then this is the idea. And then I'm going to, well, Annabelle. This is a question that, well, is a very important issue. And the EU has recently approved a SAF mandate from 2025. Is this sufficient? No, please, Annabelle.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Or otherwise we'll switch?
Yeah, you can switch, yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Better. Muito obrigada. Boa tarde.
Vielen Dank. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Everyone. So is the mandate enough and is the mandate sufficient? Well, the mandate is definitely a very clear signal that the EU and the member state have set, and that has really kind of set the demands for 2025, exactly as you were saying, 2030, of course, with the 6% SAF target, but also particularly 2035, right, with 20%. So it's a very clear signal that there's needs to be a kind of a ramp up in sustainable aviation fuel contribution to decarbonization. At the same time, we have the new Renewable Energy Directive, or the revised Renewable Energy Directive, with its expansion from road fuels essentially to all transport sectors, to include aviation. So these are very clear signals. Is this enough? I mean, as usual, the devil is in the details. So from our side, we'd probably say, what do we need? We need feedstocks, production, markets. So if we look at feedstocks, I mean, yes, it's a clear signal, but we need to have diverse feedstocks that need to be available and eligible within the regulatory framework. If you look globally, the EU has a different approach to other regions of the world, ultimately. It has a cap on first generation biofuel. It then has caps on second generation, as in on residues, kind of used cooking oil, or what it calls Annex 9B biofuels. So the main solver for the EU mandate, both for the SAF mandate and ultimately also for the RED mandate, will be advanced biofuels. And that's why for us it's very key that the Annex 9A is expanded and revised, and we are very involved, as I'm sure a lot of you are as well, in the revision process that's currently ongoing within the Commission, and that's being discussed with the member states. And we also think that's a great area of potential between Brazil and the EU. So things like sustainable cover crops, or with clear criteria for biofuels generation, degraded land, etc. We think these things could be added to the advanced biofuels feedstock list to enable these mandates to be met in 2035 and onwards. So that's the feedstock side. So the feedstock side is revision of the Annex 9 at the EU level and transposition of that revision in a timely manner in the member states, essentially. The second thing we need is production pathway. So we kind of need an and, not or approach. We know that, we don't have the one solution, right? So we just need the regulatory framework to support all existing pathways. And as you may know, we are doing some co-processing of biogenic feedstocks in our conventional refineries and have been doing so for quite a few years. And we need that framework and that kind of technology to be recognized in the EU framework. And we're sitting in Germany, so I think it's, I think you're probably all aware, but it's important to note that currently, whilst co-processing of sustainable aviation fuel will be recognized under the SAF mandate, the co-processing of kind of biofuels for the road transport sector will be limited in some member states. And it has been limited in Germany for the past year, and for the past years even. And last week, there was a decisive vote in the parliament here in Berlin. And we hope that it will be re-extended or reopened from this year onwards, but again, limited to a certain type of feedstocks, these Annex 9A feedstocks. So again, this is a technology which is working now, which is scalable, which is economically efficient, but which is not really recognized in the framework in a consistent manner. Which means, for instance, just to give you an example, if you are doing in a German refinery co-processing from used cooking oil, let's say as an example, this will be eligible for the SAF mandates. This will not be eligible for your road transport mandate. So lots of different kind of compliance options and things to deal with. And then markets, we're kind of saying all these, so what I've said, kind of the feedstocks and the technologies feeds into, the mandates and the scope of the ambition. And if those are right, we're willing to do more, There was a lot of discussion at the time on, was it 6% to go to your question, is it enough? Great signal. Could it be more? Yes, potentially, right? And that's, I think, the last thing I'd like to leave you with.
Thank you, Annabelle. Well, I have a comment. You just said about, something related to public perception and, I'm going to defend something that we are trying to do in Brazil, because Brazil, President Lula, President Biden, and Prime Minister Moll launched last year in the G20 meeting the Global Alliance for Biofuel. And only Italy from EU is part of that alliance. It would be extremely important for other countries in the EU to be part of that alliance, because I'm sure that, as you said, we need feedstock to produce SAF, and then biogenic CO2 is something that would be one route, and then I really believe that this kind of scientific diplomacy is something that the Brazilian Academy of Science is trying to do, and in that S20 meeting to try to convince other countries to be part of that alliance. Let us pass now to Raquel from Unica. The question is, the transformation of the sugar industry in the past decade and its impact and in the society and economy. Could you say some words about that?
Hi, thank you so much for an invitation, first of all. The second part is, we have spoken already today about ethanol, but I'm going to explain a little bit more about this production and subproducts and why is that we agree that ethanol is a path for decarbonization in the world. So the sugarcane industry actually evolved a lot in the past 15 years. It's not anymore the kind of industry that we all remember on the 90s. Okay, now it's one of the more sustainable productions. Actually, it generates wealth, jobs, and through crop rotation actually increases a lot of other cultures like peanuts, for example. Right now, the state of São Paulo, due to the crop rotation in the sugarcane sector, is the state that produces the most peanuts in Brazil. So, and as well as a lot of subproducts. So, ethanol started to be produced in the 70s because international environment, actually I will explain it later, demanded that increase of production. So ethanol started to be produced, and with the bagasse in 1987, around that, with the bagasse as a biomass, they start doing the bioenergy. This kind of energy will sustain the factory, and now it's so much that actually goes into the national electricity line, and people already consume it in their houses, giving stability to the electricity network in Brazil. Now, we can do it as well with subproducts of ethanol. We do biogas and biomethane. And we can do it with the ethanol, what we heard a lot about hydrogen. We can use it as well. So there's a lot of technology, there's a lot of evolution in this sector. It's, I think, only 10 to 20% of its potential is discovered. So we have a long path in front. And this kind of industry, if we add the biofuel, the ethanol, and the electricity that it produces, actually it represents 18% of the Brazilian matrix in energy. This means 1/5 of the matrix is ours, okay? And we only use 1.2% of the territory in Brazil to produce sugar and ethanol. Actually, ethanol only 0.9% of this 1.2% is used. So, and we are increasing our production, but that is through technology, that is through new seeds, and especially through the use of very damaged lands and pastures. This kind of industry is very, very certificated in Brazil. So we have a sustainability certification since 2020. It is the National Policy of Biofuels, which is called RenovaBio. It's an environmental program, and 90% of our mills and factories are already certified. And since 2018, the industry agreed with zero deforestation, which means by the national law, a private can deforest, imagine 20% of their fields. When our mills and companies goes to this program, they cannot deforest neither 1% of their territory. If they kill one tree, one plant, they're out of the program. And this program is as well a certification that gives you CBIOs, which are actually assets that you can put in a carbon credit market. So every producer with more sustainability, they earn more money because they sell these CBIOs. Okay, this deforestation rule is certified by, is validated by external auditors, satellite images, and a regulatory national agency. So it's something that in Brazil we take it very, very seriously. So it's certified nationally with a great program that in the international level should be approved and should be validated as well. And to finish, this part, there's a debate in Europe which is related to food and fuel. Like you said about the Annex A and B, or the Annex 9, the part A and B of the RED directive in the European Union, this kind of fuel that comes from crops cannot be used because of the debate food and fuel versus fuel. In our case, it's different. I'm going to give you the example, for example, of corn ethanol that right now Brazil is producing. 20% of our ethanol is already made by corn. But this corn is a second crop corn, is not the first one, okay? In a field that is produce soya, for example, soya beans, in the crop rotation, they produce corn, and only this corn is used, okay? So, and corn is 4 things actually, okay? Is starch, is fiber, is protein, and it's oil, and only the starch is used for the ethanol part. The rest goes to feed the animals that we, in the end, are going to eat. So, more energy that we produce, more biofuels we produce more food. And we cannot forget that Brazil, by the contrary than Europe, has 2 to 3 crops a year. So we are not putting in cause our food ever. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Raquel, this is a very important point you just mentioned. And there is a paper that one of the researchers from RCGI was part of, one of the co-authors that was published in Nature Climate Change, showing that if we take all the land, the degraded land in Brazil, we could displace or we could substitute 4% of the oil used for transportation in the world. And this is something, what you just mentioned is an example of the need to clarify the society. It's not to convince, it's to clarify and to show the example that you just gave is something that we have to show and clarify the society here in Europe to accept the biofuel, and the example that you gave, it's an excellent example. Well, let us now go to Ricardo Tonchik. Ricardo, does price formation of diesel and biodiesel follow the same principles? Could you say some words about this question?
Thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the Brazilian Embassy for the invitation and make a short introduction of our company. Amage is the largest 100% Brazilian company on oilseeds, grains, and fibers business. So it's a big company. And beginning with the answer, no, they don't follow the same rules. Diesel is based on the fossil petroleum prices, and biodiesel, mostly in Brazil, is based on soybean oil. So it is they are different from the basis, and that's one of the motives that took Amage to decide to use biodiesel in our operations. We can manage better the costs, the price of the fuel, but not only about prices or costs. We launched our commitment on net zero carbon by 2050, and we have to choose pathways to reach that goal. And using biofuels in our business chain is one of the paths we have elected. So when we decided to produce biodiesel 3 years ago, we took the same decision to initiate the tests of biodiesel use in our business. We started with agri-machinery. We reached more than 20,000 hours of running motors with biodiesel. with absolutely no problem. They are regular engines with no transformation or adaptation. And we reached there more than 20,000 hours of functioning. And it encourages us to implant as a new establishment, a whole farm. We elected one of our farms, and this farm we will operate only with 100% biodiesel, all the machinery. We're going to start this probably next month, and we also, when decided to produce biodiesel, and we are already producing our own biodiesel, we decided to put it in our logistics system as well. So we start testing trucks with 100% biodiesel, with just a small adaptation on the filter system, the fuel filter system. And we started in last August with 2 trucks, and they are running 100% biodiesel since then. And we have 1% of increase of consumption, just 1%, and 91% of emissions reduction. So it's amazing, the results. And the third part will start maybe in 2 months. That is in the inland navigation. The company has inland navigation in the Amazon rivers. And we start to use biodiesel in our pushers. And they will do the first round trip, maybe the beginning of May. We are very excited about that.
Well, that's it's another interesting point because, well, here in Europe, the agricultural sectors should recognize the importance of producing biofuel from residues and then to, how can I say, to guarantee the supply chain of fuel to run the operations. And that would be an example that you gave that is something that would be important for us to clarify the European society regarding the importance of producing biofuel, biodiesel in the case. Well, now let us go to Siegfried. And then the question is SAF based on biomass and waste and residues is scalable?
Thank you very much, and thank you to the embassy for having me today. Yes, it is. That's the simple answer to this question. Although, as it was already said by my fellow panelists, that at least in this country, politicians believe that the only holy grail, to put it that way, is in power to liquids. So using renewable energy, then green hydrogen, biogenic CO2. Some even believe in direct air capture, which I believe in too. But this will take another, I don't know, 5 to 10 years until this technology becomes economically viable. And so, yeah, I believe there is enough feedstock out there globally. To be honest with you, I don't know the amount of waste and residues or biomass being available in Brazil, but I assume it is much more than what is, for example, available in the USA. There are between 500 to 700,000 tons of agricultural residues available on a yearly basis. And what the administration in the US is doing, they're pleasing just farmers, you know, to make use of those residues and, you know, produce and ramp up the production of SAF in the US. And so I believe, as you already addressed, there is also, maybe not in Germany, but all over Europe, there is also enough feedstock available, and therefore I do believe that SAF based on biomass or on waste and residues is scalable. And just to give you two figures, today the yearly consumption of kerosene is about 300 million tons. In 2023, less than 1% has been produced globally. Well, some say that's one drop in the ocean. I sometimes say that's two drops in the ocean. So what does that mean? We need a fast and quick ramp up. And referring to what Annabelle was saying about the mandates, well, it's great having them, but I believe that's not ambitious enough. You know, again, when we look to the US, there is much more ambition with the SAF Grand Challenge. And so I believe making use of all the feedstocks, as I was just referring to, even Europe could be more ambitious with the ramp up of SAF. Thank you.
Thank you, Siegfried. Yeah, well, now let us pass to Alexandre from Petrobras. How does Petrobras see the role of low carbon fuels in the energy transition? Yeah, don't worry. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. First, good afternoon, everybody, and I'd like to thank, on behalf of Petrobras, for the invitation and the opportunity of sharing and listening a lot. I think this is what is really important, right? The importance of low carbon fuels is definitely going to grow each day, and we do believe that. I think this is an important message from Petrobras. We are the largest Brazilian company. We are one of the top producers of oil and gas in the world. And we have that already shown in our strategic plan of last year, right? So actually for 2024 to 28. And there's a major change. And then it's important, it's not only the amount of money, but the concept of the plan. I think this is an important message. I would like to emphasize that. So, for instance, we came from around 4 billion euros in the previous plan to close to 11 billion euros in low carbon investments for the next 4 years. So again, it's not only doubling the money, but changing and reinforcing the concept and the presence of low carbon investments in our portfolio. On top of that, right, we're going to focus on our scopes 1 and 2, so decarbonizing our operations, and we are analyzing ways of replacing, for instance, the gray hydrogen to other types, let's put it this way, or low carbon hydrogen. I like to make a parenthesis here and also say that we are agnostic. I like the word I heard in the morning. We are agnostic concerning the different routes being of production. And mainly because of all that was said in the morning and all the possibilities and capabilities and potentials that Brazil as a country has. And we have to look at that. And also, of course, in an economic view and see what is better in better carbon footprint and lower carbon footprints. So Petrobras, not only about our potential and Brazil's potential, but we are the largest producer and consumer of hydrogen in Brazil. So this is an important point too. We have the largest R&D center in Latin America. And we are going to invest around 700 million euros only in R&D for the next years. So I'm talking about hydrogen, I'm talking about e-fuels, I'm talking about biofuels, I'm talking about SAF. So we are really open and seeing all the possibilities that we have on the table, right? Just to give an example of that, about hydrogen, it's important to, we are also analyzing the use of biomethane and ethanol, right? We think that is really important and we could leverage that in Brazil. We started a program, a biorefining program, We are already producing diesel with renewables. We call it diesel R. We got the diesel R5, which is 5% renewable, so it's a good start. We did some testings. We carried out some successful testings with biodiesel with bunker, right? So using drop-in technology, which is available, it's nothing, you don't change anything. So these tests, we use up to 24% of biodiesel, and we had very, awesome results, and around 19% of reduction of emissions of CO2. So it was really, really positive. And we are planning to, concerning SAF, we are planning to start production in 2 facilities of our facilities in Brazil, in Rio and São Paulo, and hopefully in the next few years we will already be marketing that. Okay, so pretty much, I think I try to cover it, but the message is, we believe, we changed not only our view, but our position. We have a structure in Petron, an area already formatted for that, focusing on that. And I'm really happy to see that we are all together in this path and doing something good for society and also making it, of course, economically viable and profitable. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Alexandre. Well, for us, it's extremely, how can I say, well, exciting, I would say, to know that, well, Petrobras is back to e-fuel and to biofuel, because, well, that was some years, for 4 years, the main objective of the company was not biofuel. Now Petrobras is back, and then for us, for Brazil, I think it's going to be important for the rest of the world as well. Now let us pass to Daniel, and I'd like to ask him, or just to say and explain about the initiative to produce hydrogen from ethanol, and something that Hytron, the technology has been developed by Hytron, and we are going to have a pilot plant at the University of São Paulo. Daniel, please explain about that project.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to be here with you. I will start answer your question, Professor, talking a little bit about the Hytron and about the Neumann and Nessa group we are inside. So Hytron is a Brazilian company focused to develop technology for hydrogen production, different kind of technologies. We are offering our equipment to produce hydrogen from electrolysis right now. 95% of our demand is for that. But we are interested in develop other kind of technologies. And that's very important because we are Brazilian. We are a 20 years old company. I am one of the co-founders of Hytron. But since 2019, we started to be part of a German group, the NEA group. And the Neumann and Nessa group, despite we are almost 200 years old, 194 years old company, a family company, a typical family company from Germany. We are prepared in different countries, more than 10 countries, regarding the energy transition. So when we started to work together with Neumann and Nessa, Hytron is at the reference center globally for hydrogen production, and Neumann and Nessa, that is one of the main companies that supply compressors around the world for different kind of use, but the main for refineries using compressing hydrogen. Together, we are part of the all value chain inside the Neumann and Nessa group. So here, where we are talking about the opportunities for Brazil, for Germany, we are part of that with the technology mindset. We are creating together, Brazilian and Germany, the new technologies that we believe will be part of the transition. So I'm proud here to represent the both countries and the both technologies. Regarding the use of biofuels to produce hydrogen and to provide biogenic CO2, we really believe not only in electrolyzers, that's the main equipment right now, but we are working to produce hydrogen from biomethane that we know the biomethane here in Germany is a very, there is a very large amount of production. And in Brazil, we are increasing a lot the possibility to have that biofuel. So we have the technology to produce hydrogen from biomethane, and in that context, the context of our panel, we want to talk a little bit about the production of hydrogen using ethanol. Why? Because as we could understand, we together, we have a long history in Brazil, more than 20 years, producing and using that biofuel. And when we are talking about biofuel, we are talking a kind of renewable fuel. In the case of hydrogen, when we are thinking about the use of hydrogen, we are talking about the use of ethanol as a carrier, as a hydrogen carrier. So, and when we are talking about to produce, to transport between continents the hydrogen, we want to add, is only to add, because there are a lot of other routes, important other routes, but just to add the possibility to transport using ethanol. So, because of that, we started a very important project globally with Shell and with Raízen. Raízen is one company from Shell in Brazil. Yes, I will be. And together with USP, together with Professor Giulio Meneghini, we really create that idea to demonstrate in a real and different size that technology. So this year, the second semester of this year, we will start the first HRS, the hydrogen refueling station around the world, where we will produce hydrogen from ethanol. That HRS will be the first pilot inside the university, but we already have 2 more phases before that. We will scale 10 times the size of equipment and more 10 times. So we are talking about 100 times from the beginning to the 3rd phase. And the idea is that transport hydrogen using ethanol. So in that case, when they are talking about to transport that biofuel between Brazil and Germany, for example, we could supply not only the hydrogen, but the biogenic CO2 that is inside the ethanol. So that's the point we want to share with you, another kind of vision, and I think that is our value in Brazil, real value. We are really, as a different country around the world, because we can understand and we really believe there isn't only one way to go. We believe the best way to be renewable is use all of we have in our hands. And maybe we could add that mindset here for our colleagues from Germany. So that's the way we could to share our mindset talking about that. So the 3rd phase, only to finish, the 3rd phase of our project with Shell, USP, Raízen, and Toyota is with us right now, supplying the Mirai, Toyota Mirai, to test our HRS. We will be able to produce up to 1,000 tons of hydrogen per day. So we are talking about to scale for almost something like, comparing with electrolyzers, we are talking about something like a 23 megawatt equipment that we want to put inside a port, for example, and transport hydrogen as ethanol between our countries and other countries. In the middle of that, the second phase, we will implement our reform inside a chemical industry because we believe that is not only a question of decarbonization. We will need the right carbon. Our society needs the carbon for fuels, for power to X, for bio to X. So we believe is a question of decarbonization, but desfossilization is the main point. Sometimes we will need to have the same fuels as we are doing, but using other ways to produce that. So that's the mindset. I will have possibility to talk a little bit more about that, but I want to share, yes, there is a German group with a Brazilian company that's part of that group, providing technology to really put in a real position, in a real use, not only considering the electrolyzers, but the biofuels to do that. And hopefully, we can do that not only Brazil, but here too, with your support.
Thank you, Daniel. It's really nice to see, well, the collaboration and what you have been done in the past more than 10 years, I would say. And it's important just to give some numbers regarding the production of hydrogen from ethanol. If you take one of those big trucks carrying 40,000 liters of ethanol, if you have the same volume with compressed hydrogen, you would carry 600 kilos of hydrogen. If you have liquefied hydrogen, you would carry in that same volume about 1,000 kilos of hydrogen. With the 40,000 liters of ethanol, you can produce in the reform station 6,000 kilos of hydrogen. It's almost 6 times more in the same volume that if you compare with liquefied hydrogen. And for Vale, this is some kind of solution that you can have to decarbonize the operations in mines. To use batteries in those huge trucks, it's impossible. You would have, I don't know, 40,000 kilos of battery to carry 40,000 kilos of iron ore. Using hydrogen, you can decarbonize the operations of the mining operation of Vale. I had some meetings with people from Vale, but it's difficult to convince them to follow that route. And also when the minister, Fernando Haddad, came to visit RCGI, we showed the importance, and also I've been told that the Conselhão, the council, how should I say, Secretary? The Conselhão, how I should say it in English, is the advisor council to the Brazilian president that is formed with more than 100 people. They advised the president to have some kind of initiative like Embrapa, just for hydrogen, sustainable hydrogen, and the fuels of the future, to have a structure like what we have with Embrapa and INPA, the Institute of Pure Mathematics and Applied Mathematics, to have something focused on sustainable hydrogen. We have already presented to the finance minister. He liked very much the concept, and we are working with that to see if we can have that initiative going on in the near future. And now we have to wrap up this first round of questions. And well, I'm someone who's got the numbers in my head, and I don't like to take notes. And from what I heard from Annabelle, the mandate, the European Union mandate is not enough. We have to go further. This is the message that we have, that I just I just heard you saying. Yeah, number 3. Yeah.
I think it's working now. Yes and no. I mean, I agree with Ziggy. So it could be higher, but the details, so the framework also needs to accompany a higher ambition, right? Exactly as you were saying. I mean, I think it's so interesting what you were saying, Danielle, and what you were saying, Julio, earlier as well, about kind of low carbon intensity first generation, ultimately biofuels, right? The details of the framework need to go hand in hand with the higher mandates. So if you have a higher mandate, you need to have feedstocks that qualify for that mandate. Otherwise, there's a lack of material with which to produce the SAF. You need to have diversity of technology routes for that mandate. So yes, higher mandate, but also a kind of a wide range of compliance options within that mandate.
Okay, Annabelle. Well, and then remind me the comment that I just made after your answer. It's extremely important that Germany and other European countries become part of the global alliance for biofuel that President Lula launched last year with Prime Minister Moll and President Biden. It's important other countries apart from Italy, who is already in that alliance, other countries to be part as well. And then from what Raquel said, the main idea that I just noticed that it's important public perception to change the perception of the European society towards biofuel, and also that's important for us to do what I called scientific diplomacy, at least from the university side. It's scientific from the Brazilian Academy of Science. It's important to do what we called scientific diplomacy. And then, if you could say a few words.
Yes, I think that there's a new concept rising of tropical ethanol. And if we could include here, like in the tropical ethanol, exactly the ethanol produced by Brazil, okay? One that is sustainable, one that don't put food into danger. That would be amazing if European institutions and European governments would understand the concept and use it here, because realities are quite different.
Oh, thank you, Raquel. And Siegfried, well, just to wrap up, well, sustainable aviation fuel, what?
Well, having listened to what my fellow panelists said before, and you recall I said, of course, biomass-based SAF is scalable. The option for e-fuel or e-SAF might be the most sustainable one. That's at least what many people, even scientists, believe, you know, in terms of CO2 reduction potential. I agree to this. But having known already, you know, the potential of biogenic CO2 being available in Brazil, I would say in terms of, you know, in terms of partnerships, maybe Germany shouldn't look that much to the Middle East or to Northern African countries, but from my perspective, you know, rather more to Southern America, especially to your country, because what we could do, we could produce methanol, green methanol or e-methanol, import it to Germany, because we will always be a country which is importing energy, and then, you know, to keep a bit of the value add in this country, or to establish a bit of the value add in this country, using refineries in Germany, producing SAF, synthetic diesel, and so on. And therefore, I see a huge potential in this respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Siegfried. And now, Ricardo, well, your example regarding biofuel and the use in Amage was something that you could wrap up, and then we...
Okay. as I said, we decided to use our own biodiesel in our fleet, and we started with the agri-machinery, and we established in a partnership with John Deere, the first 100% biodiesel fuel farm. So maybe it's the first in the Brazil. I believe this is the first in Brazil, maybe the first in the world. And all the machinery will be provided from John Deere to use 100% biodiesel. And in the other hand, in our truck fleet, as we tested two trucks since August, we decided to buy 100 more. 100 more Euro 6 engines from Scania. They will run with B100, we call B100, it's 100% biodiesel. We will receive these trucks next month. And as I said, we are going to increase, step by step, we are going to increase the use of our own biodiesel. Our biodiesel plant, is able to produce 3 times all the diesel that Amages consume. So we have a big plant. It was not built for our own supply, it was built for the market, but the decision was taken, and we are going to increase this usage of biodiesel because, as I said, we have our commitments, our environmental commitments, and we have a lot of more ways to control the prices of our fuel. As we produce soybeans, we buy soybeans, we sell soybeans, we crush soybeans, and we produce biodiesel from soybean oil. It's our value chain that is determining that we need to increase this kind of usage. And maybe in the future, we start with ethanol as well. The sky is the limit.
Yeah, I'm very happy when I see such a nice example that Brazil is, well, showing. And I'm sure that the agricultural sector here in Europe could apply some route similar to the one.
Maybe the farm cooperatives here in Germany, as an example, could use this same way.
Yeah, and that would be something that it would be important for us to, how can I say, well, not to export the expertise, but the technology as well. And as Scania is the manufacturer of the trucks, it would be easily possible to apply here in Europe.
For sure, for sure.
Alexandre, please. Just to wrap up, and then...
Okay. I think we should also think of challenges, right, in all this path. So regulation is one. We do have to broaden our minds and really think of widening the opportunities and the possibilities of different routes. This is extremely important and will bring a lot of viability to the implementation of all these projects. Also, secure stability in policies too. So we hope that we have not many changes throughout the time. When we go to feedstock, the availability, but also the supply and the logistics of that. Like considering, for instance, biogenic CO2, it is not so concentrated. So how do we reach all that feedstock to the production plant? So I think all these points are important. And also we must have a very robust certification scheme that could secure that the footprint is correctly or calculated, and I think that's mainly the challenges that we have to look into. And one final point, I think it's happening, but we do have to reinforce that all the time. It's not more one industry or other industry. I think it's an integration of industries. That's how we're going to change this. So it's not oil and gas, but it's oil and gas and mining and steel companies and all the supply chain. And our supply chain has to be green or it's just not going to work, right? So I think it's a whole package of things, but we are moving into a journey that I don't think there's a way back. So I think it's my final thoughts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alexandre. And now, Daniel, please.
So I will add for our mindset aqui another opportunity for Brazil and Germany. It's very important for me to share that with you. When we are producing an electrolyzer in Brazil, right now we have almost 55% of nationality, Brazilian nationality, something like that. It's unbelievable, but 80% of that Brazilian nationality is from Germany company in Brazil. So when we are talking about, as our secretary told us in the morning, Rolandelli, thank you for the words, but you are really right. We have the opportunity, Brazil and Germany, we have the opportunity to increase our economy together. In Brazil, we have the natural resources, but we already have technologies, and we already have a lot of German technology. So when we are talking about in a way to increase our economy and stimulate our industry together, we could think about that. One way to grow together in that energy transition. And for me, as a businessman, I really see that in my real life every day. When we are producing Brazilian equipments, we are producing and pushing the Germany industry in Brazil. I can see that even because I am director of AHK in Brazil, and we are together thinking how to put that market closer and closer. So that's one point. Yes, we already have the possibility to increase the use of our biofuels here. Here in Germany, we already have a company called Arcanum, where we are focused to increase the biomethane production, part of Neumann and Hesse Group. We want to have that growing of that technology here too. Obviously, we can use that technology in Brazil. And my way to maybe to put that shine, for me, the shine of the energy transition, in that time we already have, yes, we can believe, I feel myself not as agnostic. I'm not agnostic man. But I really feel we have different opportunities, and we have the possibility to understand how to start that way, or that different kind of way, because we already have knowledge to decide that, pushing what we have best in our hands. So, in believing in in more technology and getting out of that box, I can share with you the opportunity we have to be part of that energy transition globally. We are talking here together. And when we are talking about showing for you the opportunity we have in Brazil, we are a really present opportunity for Brazilian and Germany partnership. So I think, isn't it a way to protect our countries individually? No, it's join our effort to growing together. That's the message I want to share with you. That's our part of of our mindset, is a part of that when we can see and hear from Petrobras, for example, the effort they are doing to improve that in our country, and join that with the intention, real intention we have in Brazil to increase our industry and our economy, to be part of important, to maintain and to be even more part of that, or that game of the energy transition. We are inside. Is that?
Thank you, Daniel. Yeah, Brazil-Germany partnership, the importance of collaboration, the importance of working together, and, well, to try to fight the great pandemic of this century that, well, COVID-19 was, well, it took about 3 or 4 years. Well, climate change is going to take, well, one whole generation, and it's going to last if we don't do anything now. It's going to last, well, for many generations to come. And then I think that's important, collaboration. And then I'd like to thank you all, to thank all the panelists here. I think it was great, and to thank Leandro and Ana for the organization of this event, and also to the ambassador Roberto Jaguaribe, to the secretary Hollenberg, who is here as well, and thank you all, the audience, and thank you very much to you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator, Professor Julio. Thank you for the panelists, for the great discussions. Now, due to the time constraint that we have, I would just say that we will just continue our seminar now with the roadshow on green hydrogen, that we have some very important companies traveling through Germany from Brazil, and with the support of GateSet and IHK Rio. I would kindly invite Luana from IHK Rio to explain a bit more about this initiative and to introduce this new session at our program. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you also very much from my side and from HK and from GIZ for the opportunity for the Brazilian companies to have the chance to get a slot at this very important event in the framework of the B2D for presenting themselves. My name is Luana von Gevanitz Lima. I am the Deputy CEO at the German Chamber of Commerce in Rio de Janeiro. And this week, I'm very happy to support, together with my colleague, Andreas Olp, GIZ and the program H2UP in this roadshow. So we are starting our week in Berlin today in this event. And for you to get to know a little bit better what is the H2UP program, I would like to welcome on stage Ms. Susanne von Horn. She is Senior Policy Officer Division from VB2, the International Hydrogen Ramp-Up, from the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action. Please, Frau von Horn. Join us. And also Dr. Markus Franke, Vice Director of the GIZ Brazil and Director of the H2UP program in Brazil, GIZ. Welcome on stage, Marcos.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy that I may give a short introduction into this next session. The next session is supposed to be a B2B session, and to make this B2B business possible, I would like to give you a very short overview over the landscape of funding instruments we do have in place in Germany to support this cooperation. I would like to start with some numbers. You might all know we do have a national hydrogen strategy in place, and we have already had a first update of this strategy in the last year. And in this strategy, we have given some numbers on our estimation of hydrogen use in Germany in the future. We have estimated a need of hydrogen or hydrogen derivatives of 95 to 130 terawatt hours. And we have estimated that there will be the need for import of 50 to 70% of the hydrogen need. This will make Germany one of the largest importers of hydrogen or hydrogen derivatives. And this is why we are very happy to have you all here and discuss this question with us. We will not only import, we will also implement the hydrogen generation here in Germany. We are aiming at a capacity for electrolyzation of 10 gigawatts also by 2030. We are as well working on an import strategy, which you might also have heard of. This will be published in the coming months and will give more details on the trade flows of hydrogen and hydrogen derivatives. As I said, I would like to give a short overview about the instruments in place. And basically, we have put in place a lot of instruments, and we have 3 categories of instruments. This is important to understand. We have one category of instruments which is in place to support the market. We have one category of instruments which is in place to support the demand side, and we have a category of instruments which is in place to support the supply side. So basically what we want to do with this chain of instruments is to make the trade in the whole chain possible. I start with the midstream instruments or the market-making instruments. We are very actively working on the transformation of infrastructure in Germany. So we will have transportation pipelines in Germany. We have a national port strategy. We will have a European hydrogen backbone. And this is all done to make our infrastructure ready for the coming import of hydrogen and derivatives. Second group here is we are working very intensively in Germany and on the European level on common standards and common certification. If we do have common standards in place, the trade will be much more efficient. Third here, we are working to improve the financing conditions, and we have climate action facilities which will support the financing of green hydrogen projects, so we do not have to fund them directly, but we enable financing. This is in the midstream instruments who are aimed at making the market possible. Then I have a quick look at the demand side. What do we do in Germany to support the demand side? First, we do have climate protection contracts in place since last year. And these climate protection contracts do grant money to demanders of hydrogen. They get a funding for the extra cost when they use green hydrogen instead of gray, or derivatives instead of gray. I always cover the whole field. We have the important projects of common European interest, the IPSAI projects, which are also aimed at funding the transformation of great facilities here in Germany and in Europe into making them hydrogen users. We have in place, we were just talking about the renewable fuels, we have in place the quota binding targets for RFNBOs in Europe, which has binding goals for using renewable fuels, so we do not have to fund the fuels themselves, we will use them here and we will import them here. We have in place a national power plant strategies and many more strategies who are aimed at supporting the demand side. So you can be sure if you produce green hydrogen, it will be very much needed and welcomed here. And last but not least, we have, as I said, the instruments to support the supply side. So basically, we think there should be a market for green hydrogen. There should be a demand for green hydrogen, but we understand that nonetheless, the business case is not always viable yet. And so there must be an additional funding for hydrogen projects. We have the big project H2 Global, where we offer 10-year contracts for hydrogen. We will have a next funding round of the funding guideline. The funding guideline is in place since 2020, and it is funding 9 projects globally so far, and there will be a next funding round in this year. We have initiated a green hydrogen fund. The funding guideline will provide funding up to 30 million euros this year. And we have initiated a green hydrogen fund together with the European Investment Bank, which will be able to finance large-scale projects. This is to say a lot larger than 30 million euros. And you can get an overview. We have a database with funding projects on the internet, so I'm not naming all the details of the programs. You get on our website a database with all the details. And the last but not least program we have is H2Up. And H2Up is among the organizers of this session, and so I would like to pass over to Mr. Franke, who will introduce this program here.
Thank you very much, Frau van Horn. Thank you very much to the Brazilian Embassy to make this event happen. Thanks a lot to all the Brazilian companies joining us for this week. Thanks a lot as well to AHK for being an excellent partner in organizing all of this. And of course, last but not least, thanks a lot to our German ministries who are financing the H2Up and a lot of other projects and programs to intend to start this very new market of hydrogen and the derivatives worldwide. Just imagine you have a proven technology in hundreds of projects in one country, and you have a huge demand in that same country of the import of green hydrogen or other fuels, green fuels. And you have a country where you have a huge potential and the willingness to invest in green technology and producing these derivatives and green fuels. And this is exactly what H2Up is supporting. We do have such a project together with the company Moll from Germany, a biogas company, which is doing a project in Brazil, in Paraná. And not only producing there in the near future biomethanol, but at the same time solving a huge environmental problem from the production of swine and other animals, and using these effluents for the production of biogas, and the biogas in a few more steps to biomethanol. And this is just one example where Brazilian-German partnership could come to a very, very fruitful project. And actually what we heard several times already today, to a win-win situation. It's not about exporting only some not produced materials or whatever to Germany. It's not about only selling technology to Brazil. No, it's about working together on the huge problem of climate change, of reducing the CO2 emissions, and of having really a just energy transition. And not only in Germany and not only in Brazil, but worldwide. And therefore I'm really happy that we do have such an interesting and big delegation from Brazil here in Berlin today and the following days in Germany to come into contact with other German companies who might have an interest in such a cooperation. Because what we feel, and this is because of the last nearly 3 years we are working in this topic in Brazil, we feel that there is a high dynamic in this market in Germany and in Brazil, but what still is a bit lacking is to bring the potential producers and the potential buyers into contact. And of course, this could be only a first step, because in the future, we could not have a business-to-business contact for each and every project for producer and buyer. But as a first step to really start this market, this is necessary. Yeah? And therefore, I'm especially happy that we do have a bit of the who is who of the Brazilian business here with us, because it's important to have big companies interested in this market, and of course as well big companies in Germany on the other side of buying the products out of this. I would like to leave the rest of the time to the most important thing, that is what the Brazilian companies have to say and what is their wish and what they would like to reach in this week here in Germany. Thank a lot to all of you again to be here and support us, and I wish us all a very nice and interesting panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcos. Thank you, Frau von Horn. I also do not like to want to take the time from the Brazilians and also international companies. This is also important to say. Some of them are globally companies, but decided also for going into projects, to hydrogen and PTX projects in Brazil. So with that being said, I would like to welcome on stage. First, we're going to look at more about the production side right now. So I'd like to welcome on stage Eletrobras with Celso Concato, please, Celso. Petrobras, Alexandre Quirino. Maturati Participações, Eurosolar, Energias Alternativas, com Miguel Morgado. Fortescue, with my colleague Jill Thiessen. FRV, Estela Corbacho. EIS, with Daniel Fulham. Okay, testing the microphone. So it's important to say that we're going to have a kind of a warm-up, a pitch session here for you to interact with these companies afterwards. I mostly invite you to network with the companies at the lobby when we finish this session. So starting with Eletrobras, and the rules of the game is you have 3 to 4 minutes, so it's a really challenging pitch session. And starting with Petrobras, with Celso. Celso, last week, the Brazilian press released that Eletrobras is expanding the Itumbiara hydrogen power plant, right? So what would you like to comment on this? How are the plans for Eletrobras at in Itumbiara and with hydrogen and PTX technologies in general?
Okay. Good afternoon for all. First of all, I'd like to present Eletrobras for you. Eletrobras is the biggest energy company in Latin America. We have 43 gigawatts in power generation in Brazil. It represents 23% of the total Brazilian capacity. And besides that, we have 74,000 kilometers of transmission lines as well. And it represents 40% of the Brazilian interconnected system. The hydrogen sector will obviously in Brazil pass for some of our or power generation or transmission lines, the infrastructure for this projects in Brazil. So we made a plant in Tumbiara. We have a hydro plant in Tumbiara, and we made a hydrogen plant to learn more about the process of production and of hydrogen. So it's a small plant, it's a power-to-power plant. So it was a project to learn more about the process. And nowadays we are here to look for some partnerships to provide and to supply energy for these projects that are being put in Brazil.
Thank you very much, Celso. Now, my question to Alexandre Quirino from Petrobras. So Petrobras has ever been the biggest producer and consumer of gray hydrogen in Brazil, right? So what are the plans? You've spoken in the previous panel about the decarbonization strategy of Petrobras. Can you tell us a little bit more with regards to the hydrogen? What are the current plans and the future plans for hydrogen and PTX?
Sure, thank you for the question. But just before, I think it's nice to share a few numbers with you guys. Our total investment plan for this year, for the next 4 years, is about 100 billion euros. And of 2023, we reached 25 billion in profit in American dollars. So, and we have about 40,000 employees and over 800,000 shareholders. And concerning hydrogen, on top of what I said before, I had the opportunity to say before, we are analyzing different and studying different routes. Okay, so this is again really important to us, being agnostic or not, right? But it's really important to us. And we have a lot of close to, I think, 16 or 17 R&D projects on the pipeline. So from development of hydrogen generation from biomethane and ethanol, we are already going to start a pilot plant connected to a photovoltaic plant in the northeast of Brazil. Also for the production of e-fuels, low carbon intensity, and the integration in our refineries, which is what we are analyzing and trying maybe replace part, at least, of our gray hydrogen to hydrogen of low carbon intensity, right? Also through the use of CCUS. We also have studies on that and planning to develop a hub in the state of São Paulo, probably, okay? And concerning the projects and what we are going on, the idea is that we are going into the production of green ammonia, also methanol, e-methanol, right? And SAF, as I mentioned before too. So all these projects, to be very honest, they are in their initial phases. So we are here and also looking for off-takers and maybe create partnerships so these projects can not only move forward, but really develop quickly. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Quirino. And now, not necessarily as known as Petrobras, but also very relevant company, I would like to introduce you to Miguel Morgado. He represents Maturati Participações S.A., Eurosolar Energias Alternativas. And yes, well, this company is also looking for some hydrogen projects in Brazil. They have already hybrid energy generation, and also not only looking for the export market, right? So you're looking also to the local market, the potential consumer market of green ammonia, right?
Yes. So 3 minutes is challenging, but I will try to do my best. We are a promoter. We have already 1 megawatt hydro in working stage, and a pipeline that is 200 megawatts hydro, and our most symbolic project is located in Rio Grande do Norte. We call it Morro Pintado. Is a hybrid project that is in a phase ready to construction. Is fully licensed, but is not. We did not start the construction yet. And the key figures about this project is a hybrid solution, 1 gigawatt, 800 megawatts solar and 200 megawatts hydro, wind. The reason why we choose this solution, this hybrid solution, is because we have a more stable Gauss distribution in the production curve. We have a more stable production diagram. At this stage of the market, we think that is very important for us add to this project the hydrogen layer. So we are at this exactly moment working on the hydrogen layer, finishing all the studies and the process. Of course, we still have some doubts. For example, one of our major doubts is if the electrolyzers should work only with the energy supplied by the Morro Pintado project, or if we need to interchange energy with the grid to keep the electrolyzers working in a more stable environment. So this means we also need some inputs from the regulation point of view and from the relationship with the local distributor. So this is I think 3 minutes. I can continue if you want, but it's up with you.
If you continue, I would unfortunately have to interrupt you. So, but you can, of course, approach Miguel and talk and know better the project afterwards.
Only 10 seconds. Yes. Of course, we intend to produce the hydrogen and the ammonia. That was a discussion we in the previous presentation, so I will not go through that because it's clear the reason why we have to choose in certain cases the ammonia. Okay.
Thank you so much. So now, reaching out to Jill. Jill, I can remember when the first pre-agreement with the port of Pecém was released in the Brazilian press, and I was calling all my colleagues and the hydrogen specialists, including Daniel from Lopez from Hydron at the time, and saying, wow, so what now? What is going to happen? So Fortescue is one of the pioneering international companies that took the first step, so to say. And can you comment on this and tell us a little bit how are the current development stage of your projects in Brazil?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much for this nice introduction. So for those who don't know Fortescue, we perceive ourselves as a global integrated green company. And what I mean by that is that generally we operate in 2 divisions. Most of you might know us from the iron ore business. We are actually the 4th largest iron ore producer globally. We are also CO2 emitter with that. So we have high ambitions to decarbonize our own mining operations and to achieve real zero on our scope 1 and 2 emissions by 2030. And this is also kind of where the idea was coming from to, create a more new energy business. And so the other division that we have is called Fortescue Energy. And here we have 4 business units. One is Fortescue Future Industries, so FFI. So these are the ones who are developing projects like the one in Brazil. We also have acquired Williams Advanced Engineering, so they're working on battery systems and electrification solutions. Then we have Fortescue Hydrogen Systems, so we're actually planning to produce our own electrolyzers in Australia. And then last but not least, we have Fortescue Capital, which was launched recently. So this will be helping to, attract investors to actually help finance on our projects moving forward. So this is where the integration is coming from. So we are already covering a lot of the value chain ourselves, but we are very much open to partner alongside the value chain, depending on whatever you guys would be interested in. Global, because we have a global portfolio of projects. Currently, most of them looking to produce green hydrogen that will be converted to green ammonia. And one of our largest projects is actually the one in Brazil, in the port of Pecém. That's why it's also called Pecém. You know, our chairman at the time when, you know, the new business areas were created, he was traveling actually the globe, and with that I mean the globe. And he concluded with his team that actually this part of Brazil, so the northeast part of Brazil, has the best renewable energy resources and the best conditions to produce green hydrogen. And together with the industrial and port complex area from that region, we took this as an opportunity together with, you know, other interested stakeholders that are aiming to produce and export green hydrogen. Also, Port of Rotterdam owns part of Port of Pecém, so you already have kind of a natural link to Europe. And because you asked about the project status specifically, I can tell we are moving forward. We are taking a lot of risk already because we are trying to be a first mover, and we know what that means. That means we cannot just allocate the risk to everyone else but us, right? So we are trying to move as forward as we can. We are currently in pre-FEED stage. Generally, the project consists of 2 phases. The first one aims to produce 170 kilotons of green hydrogen. That's almost 1 million tons of green ammonia. That's just the first phase. And we're aiming to take FID in 2025. So that will allow us to export at the end of 2027, beginning of 2028. Yes, so that's kind of where we are right now. We are also working with terminal operators in the ARA area, so Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and Antwerp, to really secure early access to import storage and cracking, which is important. And so, yeah, we are doing a lot trying to enable the German-Brazilian hydrogen supply chain, but of course there are some challenges, as you can imagine, and happy to discuss throughout the session later or next days.
Thank you very much, Jill, and looking forward for the next steps, to follow the next steps. Now I also have my colleague Stella Corbaccio from FRV, Photovoltaic Renewable Ventures. So she belongs to the innovation department of FRV, also called FRVX. So, Stella, how do you see the Brazilian market? What are the potentials and what are your concrete interests in the country?
Okay, so first of all, thanks for the organization, for having me here today. Thanks to all of you, because I think keeping energy and attention at this time, it's not that, it's a bit challenging. I'll try to be brief. So maybe a short introduction of FRV. FRV is started as a Spanish developer. Today we are renewable IPP. We are doing photovoltaic, we are doing wind. Recently we started a business line for batteries. And yeah, we think it's our natural growth to go into the value chain, further in the value chain and go for green hydrogen and derivatives. And that's what we are doing at FRVX today. So we, within FRVX is the innovation department, searching for new business that will have synergies with the traditional core business, which is renewables. And well, to give a bit of more context, FRV shareholder today is Abdul Latif Yamel, ALG. It's a Saudi family-owned business, which has more than 11,000 employees. It's in 30 different countries, and they have they are present in a lot of sectors, let's put it this way, among them energy, which is us, and water. So, I said this, what do we see in Brazil? So, we think it's a strategic country if you want to do hydrogen, and especially derivatives. The potential for renewables is amazing. As Mr. Oliveira said this morning, there is water. There is the infrastructure already present and ready to export to other countries, and especially what we think is that it will, in some regions of the country, will be relatively easily to comply with the EU regulation, which in this area of the globe, it's not that simple. So we think Brazil it's the place to be if you want to do hydrogen or derivatives. So we are developing our derivatives project in Brazil as well. We bet for Brazil, and happy to hear any questions, comments, or collaborations for this kind of projects. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Estela. And last but not least, Daniel, if I'm not mistaken, your AES also have huge, massive plans in a giga scale for Brazil, right?
Yes, thank you also for the introduction and for hosting us here. Just a quick introduction on AES. AES is a multinational company for power generation, independent power producer, delivering about 2 to 3 gigawatts of renewable power each year. And Brazil is an important growth market for us. We delivered about just under 1 gigawatt of renewables in Brazil in 2023. We're also a very innovative company, and one quick example of that is back in 2009, we were the first company to connect a grid-scale battery to the grid as a transmission asset. And I think that there's some interesting parallels that with as we move and talk about electrolysis, is that since then. Battery storage is recognized as a grid asset around the world, and it's scaled tremendously since that moment. And I think that electrolysis can take, and we believe that electrolysis can take the same path to scale in a similar time frame, if not shorter. So in Brazil specifically, we're active in 7 different states with 5 gigawatts of 100% renewable power. The company in Brazil is listed on the Brazilian Stock Exchange in the segment that's reserved for companies with the highest standards of corporate governance, which is important to us. And we're, in terms of hydrogen production, we're in our early stage development process, also in the Port of SM. With targeting around 1 gigawatt of electrolysis capacity, and looking really for opportunities both domestically and internationally to integrate that into the different value chains. So whether it stays as hydrogen, ammonia, or other derivatives, we think that our purpose for innovation is really towards decarbonizing, accelerating the decarbonization of our customers. And so we're happy to co-create and collaborate on the specific solutions that anyone would need.
Thank you very much. So we just now heard a little bit of the production side of the investments in Brazil from Brazilian as international companies looking for the market ramp up in Brazil. And with this, I would like to thank all the panelists now and invite for the last 10 minutes of our panel. Thank you so much. Applause. Obrigada. Obrigada. So, as announced, I would like to welcome now on stage Pecém Port, André Magalhães representing the port, Natália Everdosa from the Green Energy Park in Piauí, and also Gustavo Gardini from Deutsche Bahn. Gustavo, talking about the Grão-Pará hub. And Fábio Koga from Siemens. Why not? Please. So, since we've spoken a little bit in the other production panel about the PSM port, I would like to start with Andrea, my colleague. Andrea, the port offers and has already companies from the energy sector, including, for example, in the wind sector, the value chain for blades, for example. You have industries from the steel, from mining, from animal nutrition, and from logistics. So what does it make that the PSM port, what is the value proposition that makes you to be ahead and fostering this market ramp up in Brazil? Can you comment on this?
Thank you. Happy to see my customers here. AES, Fortescue. There are 2 more to sign maybe today. I have my pen here. And so let me, before I start, let me give you some background information about PSM. PSM is a joint venture between the Port of Rotterdam and the Ceará state government. Port of Rotterdam, they have 30%, and the Ceará state government has 70%. So Port of Rotterdam brings out their expertise as the largest port in Europe, and the state of government of Ceará, they bring the economic conditions. So together, we are building this hydrogen hub. We have 19,000 hectares. From these 90,000, 1,000 is dedicated for the hydrogen hub. So what's the value proposition that you have there? We have abundance of energy renewable, especially solar and also wind. Yeah? That's why where PSM is located in the sunshine and wind state of Ceará, in the northeast of Brazil. So we have, where we are now, we have 34 MOU signed. From these 34, 4 companies already signed the MOU, and 2 of them are here. And we plan to start in 2027 to produce the hydrogen. And by 2030, 1 million tons is forecast to go to Rotterdam. Our main goal is to become the main hydrogen hub in Brazil and the main exporter of hydrogen to Europe via Rotterdam.
Impressive. But also very impressive is the announcement that we've heard November last year in Brussels from Frau von der Leyen releasing or announcing 2 billion euros in the framework of the EU's Global Gateway. So we Brazilians would, what? Where's this? Where? So I've heard there's a lot of sun and wind as well in POE, right? Natalia, can you comment a little bit more? What is the Green Energy Park, and if you already have an off-taker in Europe?
Well, I'm here with double hats for the state of Piauí and for Green Energy Park. And what I should say is that the state of Piauí has the best conditions in the world for producing hydrogen, and this is not the same said by me.
Yeah, we're close each other.
We are very close. I belong to Ceará from origin, but I have to say that Piauí has the best conditions because we have water. We have wind, we have sun, we have water, and we have hydropower. And as comparing to other places in the world, we have also our green grid that makes our hydrogen more affordable than in other places like Chile, like North Africa, and so on, because they are still trying to find off-grid solutions. And we can, of course, use our grid. So, and that's the reason why Bart Burbuck decided, after traveling to India, to Singapore, to Indonesia, and for all around the world, he accepted my invitation to go to Piauí, and he said, I want to know if it's true, and he fell in love for our state there. So the project of Green Energy Park is to produce 10.4 gigawatts of ammonia, 30% for internal consumption and 70% for exporting to Europe through the island of Kirk, and also through ports in the UK and north of Europe. The idea, this project was announced by Mrs. von der Leyen during the opening of the Green Hydrogen Week as a project of global importance, and as a project of energy security important for the world. So Bart Burbuck is in the world of hydrogen for 20 years now. He was the one that designed the first hydrogen car, and when he used to say that when I was only a voice in the desert. The Green Energy Park is a coalition, it's a consortium of 4 big companies, and in order to make the hydrogen economy a reality, they are aware of the necessity of the synchronization of the entire value chain. So the infrastructure has to be ready, the ports has to be ready, the vessels has to be enough to transport it, and that's why they decided to establish a project that comes from the upstream through to the downstream phases. So they are investing in the ammonia production in Piauí with the technology, with pipelines, with infrastructure there, with a port. So our port, they are in line doing this, making this project a reality. But after that, they invested also in the midstream facilities. There are the places where the logistics and the trading will happen. So we have a midstream facility already in Kirk, and we are in negotiations with the UK and with ports of the north of Europe. And we have also a headquarters in Dubai. We have headquarters in Bonn, here in Germany. We have in Lithuania. We have in Lithuania. We have in Milan. So it's a pretty much global initiative, and yes, we have already European off-takers, big ones. Indeed, our primary project would be for 5 giga, then we had off-taker for 10, and now we are in 10.4, and it's increasing because now we have the intention of electing 2 more states in Brazil to produce more 5 giga in each state. So for breaking the chicken and egg loop, we are counting on this global gateway resources, and also with resources that are already coming from the private sector through the off-takers that we already have. I cannot disclose now for sure, but it is all in line. Now, Mr. Bart could not come because he is now in the commission in a workshop about this global gateway, and we expect that we are FID ready by the end of the year. We expect to start building on July of this year, in Piauí, the facilities, and the idea is to start exporting from 2028. From 2026, we will produce only for internal market for fertilizer industries. And in summarizing is it, but of course I'm very happy to answer any questions when we are in the B2B. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you so much, Natalia. And well, Gustavo, exactly 10 days ago, I was with your colleague, Pertamiro, which is also a board member of our chamber in Rio de Janeiro, discussing and trying to explain for some members of the German parliament, the Bundestag, why there is such a lack in infrastructure in Brazil. So maybe you and Koga can explain a little bit more about the Grand Pará hub and how this several projects connects to improve the infrastructure for the export of goods, but also for energy hubs and everything. So,
thank you, Luana. It's a great pleasure to be and a privilege to be invited here. My name is Gustavo Gardini. I'm head of Global Partnerships and Sustainable Investments from the Deutsche Bahn Eco Group. So we are a subsidiary of the Deutsche Bahn Group. Just a few words, the DB is one of the world-leading multimodal operators of freight and passengers. We exist since almost 190 years. We have 340,000 employees in 130 countries. For you to have an idea, we are discussing here about the importance of infrastructure. DB is the third largest employer in Germany with about 220,000 employees. So this is very important. For us as a company, we transport almost 4.7 billion passengers and almost 360 million tons of freight in 130 countries. Our mission is food transport and logistics to help to bring a more sustainable planet in cooperation always with the countries where we're working on. And we, about 1.5 years ago, we were invited by 4 visionary Portuguese-Brazilian citizens that are the owners of the Grão-Pará Maranhão, which is a project in the northeast, close to Pecém, close to Piauí, with the very same good and amazing conditions, which you have sun in abundance, you have wind in abundance, you have water, everything that you need to produce. And you are in the coast that you need to produce and use the green hydrogen and also export. What we don't have in our project in Maranhão, Maranhão is one of the poorest states in Brazil, so what we don't have is we don't have much industry there. There are many people where our project is located in Alcântara is one of the lowest GDP per capita, $50 per year. So we don't have a lot of economic conditions, a lot of economic development. We are still in the last frontier of the legal Amazon, but in a devastated area, so you don't find native forests where we are locating our project. And together with other players from Germany and also from the European Union, we now have a project called Grão-Pará Maranhão, which is basically going to be a platform from Germany, and we are speaking with private companies and multilateral development banks and ECAs from 8 European Union member states. This project is already in the EU Global Gateway, and the idea is to make a partnership with global players, with Brazilian investors, consumers, off-takers, and technology providers in order to make a platform to produce, to have one project of today around 5.5 billion euros direct investment for the region, when we are going to have one railway connecting the north-south, basically Brazil, to allow the connect to the north-south in Maranhão, a new railway connecting for the export of grains, from the Amage is here today, because the production of grains in Brazil is very efficient. The problem is always on the logistics. We have a logistic bottleneck. So we are going to allow the operators today to export grains for the Northeast. And the idea is to have a railway, a port, 25 meters deep waters, so we are able to receive the biggest ships worldwide, the biggest vessels, and then to produce 1 giga green hydrogen energy plant coming from wind and solar, and from that we want 1 giga a green steel company. So the State Secretary Hollenberg from the Minister of Industry and Trade of Brazil told today, we would like to have also the add value for the Brazilian country, for the Brazilian regions. And so we plan to have a 1 giga green industry company taking profit because the Vale, the Carajás, comes with iron ore, exporting iron ore in the house of our project. So we can take part of this iron ore, and with a green hydrogen, we will benefit that, and then we will export green steel, creating jobs, qualified jobs for the people, and bringing also more tax income for the population to invest in schools, to invest in hospitals. And the Green Energy Park is a project that we want to maximize also the supply chain of green hydrogen. So part of it is going to be exported to Europe. DB, we are in our net zero program, one of the 5th largest energy consumer in Germany. And we also, it's part of our decarbonization with the biggest fleet of trains, buses and trucks in Europe. We are going to be an off-taker. But part of this we want to use also, as we are exporting grains, we want to use also as a return cargo to produce green ammonia in that region and bring it back to the farms in the central east of Brazil. We want also to use for the decarbonization of the railway sector as green ammonia and also use as green methanol. So basically we are inviting the players, international, European, Germans, as well as the Brazilian, to join with solutions. We are going to have a logistic platform door to door and the production in order to make it happen. And we have also a collaboration with Siemens. Please, Fabio Koga.
Yeah. I will be really, really fast. Thank you so much for the invitation. My name is Fabio Koga. I'm the head of electrification automation business in Brazil. Siemens, we are in Brazil since 1876. So a long time ago, when the Emperor Dom Pedro II requested the first telegraph line in Brazil. So it's a long journey, in fact. And since that time, what we did is applying our technology with purpose. And this is what we want to do with the project, not only GPM project, but also in PSEN. We are highly engaged in applying our technology to make our industry, as Mr. Hollenberg said this morning, bringing added value to our industry, and also training these communities, these people which are currently living in the nearby these areas, but they are not able to work with such kind of high technology. So we are also having a proper plan to train these people, to bring the capacitation, and then not only developing the industry, but also developing the people in Brazil. Basically, this is our main goal here.
And one thing I think it's very important is you can say, oh, you have PSEN, you have Piauí, you have Maranhão, it's a competition. No, I believe today's, in the morning, the whole session was the demand of Germany, the demand of Europe, the demand of the global industry for green hydrogen, green ammonia is enormous. The challenge is who is going to produce. So we understand that we together, we offer a mega hub with the possibility to change the lives and change the planet, to really bring an impact. Because this is the first time with green hydrogen that you are able to, in the global south, to invest in the industrialization and to be able to transport the energy to the industrial, let's say, industrial countries that are looking for how to support, let's say, and to make a collaboration. In last words, this project, GPM, has an impact on 16 out of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations. I'm still searching for under ocean, how we can impact that. It's going to be a question for, let's say, the universities and the academia. But what is more important is the Sustainable Development Goal number 17, which is the last one, is all about collaboration. So how can we work together? And that's, I'm very happy to be here today because this was an exercise of a cooperation today. How can we work together, the state, so the governments, the society, the private sector, the investors, in order to find, let's say, a good common goals for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gustavo, Koga, André. So I must say, Gustavo just stole my words because this was I was about to say. So it's all about collaboration. It's a huge challenge that we have. Promoting just transition, it's not going to be easy. And please take the chance to talk to these companies, to network, because only through collaboration we're going to try at least to solve part of this problem. So thank you very much. We are now have the doors opened, but before Leandro will close the panel. Thank you so much for
Thank you,
everything.
Luana. Thank you so much. I will just take. I don't know if I'll have the opportunity to take the floor again. And last thing I would like to do is to interrupt you. Try to interrupt you again. But on behalf of the embassy, I'd like to express our gratitude to Secretary Hollenberg, who was able to come here to honor with his presence here. It was very important for us for him to be here today. To our panelists that we had, to the moderators, to our partners, specifically to this last panel, Ministry for Economic Affairs of Germany, GIZ, and AHK. We were very happy for the discussions that took place today, and I would also like to say that the embassy is at your disposal for you, for your companies, to keep promoting opportunities between Germany and Brazil in the energy transition topics. And as Luana said, we had some time now for matchmaking, to making contacts at this room here. And once again, thank you so much for coming and for your presence, and we keep it at disposal. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.